Hey everyone, we are back. We're live in Las Vegas at the Venetian for Qualys' QSC Conference 2022. This day 2. We'll be here all day on the second day of the conference. Hope you had a chance to catch yesterday's show. We had some amazing guests, we had some great discussions. If you didn't, it will be available on Techstrong TV next week, as well as on the Qualys website, so you can check it out there. Right now, though, let's kick things off today with Travis Smith. Travis heads up True. What's True? That's a good question. That's how we're going, Travis. What is True?
True. So True is our rebranding that we're doing at Qualys. True stands for our Threat Research Unit. So
Threat Research Unit. I love it.
Yeah.
Okay.
So it's a combination of what we've always done, what we've always had, and just now we've collectively brought everybody together. So now we have our vulnerability that's paired with our malware that we can tell a whole cohesive story that's true to the industry.
Absolutely. Before we go any further, in case I forget, for people who want to maybe log in, subscribe, or at least know where they can go to get information from True.
Yep.
Is there a website set up yet?
Yep, absolutely. It's very easy. It's qualys.com/TRU.
There it is, qualys.com/TRU. All right, so let's be clear though, Travis, right? True's the name.
Yep.
And there's a whole new emphasis on the research team and what you guys are going to do. But research isn't something that's new to Qualys.
No, not at all.
Well, if you don't mind, share with the audience a little bit maybe about the history of the research team at
Sure.
Qualys.
Yeah, so Qualys has been around for 20 some odd years, right? So what we've always really been known for is vulnerability research, vulnerability signatures, vulnerability management. That's what our bread and butter is, right? And we've been doing that for decades. And we have a very robust and mature research team that has always done that research, the vulnerability research. We've been really branching out as a company, doing a lot more than just vulnerabilities, and doing a lot more research, and to not only feeds the content of our products, but now what we're really trying to do is provide that data, that research out to the industry, because that type of research that we're doing and how to track adversaries and what all the bad guys are up to, it's not useful. It is useful as an individual company, but the threat actors, they're sharing information, right? And we should be sharing information as an industry as well. So that's really what True is all about, is not only feeding the content engine behind Qualys, but also giving that information back out to the industry at large.
Absolutely. And look, I've been in the industry 20, as long as Qualys has been around, maybe longer. Over the years, you guys have discovered a lot of vulnerabilities. Mm-hmm. And Qualys was always very good about, responsible disclosure,
Yes.
but disclosing them and helping the industry. It wasn't a kind of thing where only Qualys will be able to find this vulnerability, right? They were on, sharing it with the industry at large. Now we're True, though, mm-hmm. right? We'll say one more time, Threat Research Unit,
That's right.
True. What's changing?
Really not much. What we really want to do is just have a singular front that we go out to our customers, the industry at large, and really have something that they can resonate with. We spent a lot of time around the branding of it, and because we have a new logo for it as well. And when we first did it, it looked like a thumbprint. We've changed a little bit, looks like a maze. Changed a little bit, looks like the Qualys shield. Changed a little bit, and it looks like a map thumbprint. And whenever I show this to various people at the company, or my wife, or these people, everybody says, "Oh, that's what it looks like," or it looks like a thumbprint, or it looks like a maze. And the good thing is they're all right? So there's always something that somebody can resonate with. And because we do so much, and and what we do, Qualys is at the center of it. And if you look at our logo, the Q is at the center of the logo, and it really resonates as that's the complexity of what research does, and how difficult it is to be able to figure out how a vulnerability works, how to disassemble and reverse engineer malware. It's very difficult to do, and we want to be able to highlight that and provide that information back out.
Yep. The other thing I think I'd like to really share with the audience, Travis, is kind of like vulnerability data is one part of the mission.
Yep.
But there's more to it.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, vulnerabilities by themselves, that's just one data point, right? A vulnerability that's sitting there is, not useless, but a vulnerability is there because a threat actor is going to use it. A piece of malware is going to leverage it, right? So being able to tie all those different data points together, and that's why I have various different teams in True, in the Threat Research Unit, that do all those different things, so we can actually build that kind of graph and cross-correlate all those different data points to say, well, here's the vulnerability, who's leveraging it, here's how it's exploited, oh, these ones are associated with ransomware, these are the ones that you need to really pay attention to.
One of the big waves I've seen wash over the security industry, let's say in the last 7 to 10 years, 7 years, threat intel, right? So, and you hit on some of it. Who are the bad guys? What are they up to? What's coming down the pike from them? So that we, because it's like you said, in my mind anyway, right? You have your job. Thank God I don't have your job. But it's like you got to paint a 3D picture here.
You do, yeah. And it's a concept that we call threat-informed defense, right? And that's you take a look at this whole thing of what are the vulnerabilities, who are the threat actors, what are they doing, what can they do, what have we known they're going to do, so we can try to anticipate where try to stay 2 steps ahead of them, anticipate where they're going. And you take that that threat intelligence and you do threat-informed defense, so you can shore up your defenses, patch the vulnerabilities, fix the misconfigurations, or apply the detections based off something like the MITRE ATT&CK framework.
So, and I don't know, and forgive me, but is there plans to sort of package this into a kind of standalone offering where you have the the Qualys True team, and maybe you could get other threat intel feeds that come into it?
Yes, Qualys at large, we both consume and generate a lot of threat intelligence, right? We have over 2.5 billion different data points on vulnerabilities, how they're leveraged, why they're leveraged, the threat actors that are using them, all the malware IOCs that you could really throw a stick at. All of that data we have on our platform. And I don't think we really want to show that as a package offering out. What the package offering that True is going to do, the threat research unit, is really providing the insights into it. What's the actionable information with these 2.5 billion data points that we have that people need to pay attention to? And we're going to roll all of that up, and next year we're going to be releasing a yearly threat report that we're going to reestablish what we used to call the laws of vulnerabilities, and that's coming out in 2023.
I love that. And we should mention, you talked about all this information that Qualys has. Some of it is just doing good old-fashioned vulnerability research, right? Looking at stuff and finding bugs and so forth. But a lot of information is generated. What is it, 80 million or 80 billion? What amount of agents?
We have a lot of agents. I think it's like 90 million billion. I don't know what the number is. It's astronomical. It's more than just
more than I can wrap my head around.
Yeah, when we're doing all the statistical analysis of all these vulnerabilities, like we have to leverage machine learning to help us churn through those numbers, because it's a lot of data to be able to look through and find the real insights.
Having that many agents out there and just anonymizing the data collected, still gives you probably as good or better insight than anyone else I can think of.
Yeah, so we're taking all that data from all of those agents anonymous. So when I get the data that we're looking at to provide stats, that we're collecting, I don't know, which customer, which agent. I don't have any of that. I just know here's the vulnerability, and is it patched? Is it not patched? How quickly was it patched? And then I can take all of the other threat intel I have on top of that, right? Is it being leveraged? How quickly was it leveraged, right? Is it being leveraged faster than we can patch it, right? Those are the stats that I'm trying to pull out.
Absolutely. So you mentioned another bingo buzzword, machine learning. You're right. With this amount of data, it's more than maybe a human mind can wrap around.
Yeah.
You can't do it without machine learning.
Oh, absolutely not.
You want to call it AIs, whatever your term is.
Yeah.
But let's talk a little bit about what do you guys, without disclosing obviously proprietary info, what kind of machine learning or AI kind of algorithms are at play here?
Yeah, we take a look at, there's a lot of different algorithms you can use for machine learning, right? And you want to use the one that is able to answer the problem that you do, right? Because you go in with a lot of data, and you need to make sure first that the data is good, right? Because if you put garbage data in, you're going to get garbage results out, right? So we do a lot of curating of the data and massaging it. So here's the actual data that is good that we're putting into these algorithms, and we need to ask a question, right? And then that algorithm helps us answer that question, right? And different algorithms will give you different answers, right? So you need to figure out which one is telling you the right story, and then use those algorithms to then feed more data in and then prove that hypothesis out.
Cool. Just curious for my own selfish reasons, for no reason. Are you guys going to be doing like a regular release of reports or updates, or just kind of ad hoc as you find things?
Yeah, a little bit of both, right? So we regularly write blogs. In 2022 alone, we've written over 100 blogs just from the threat research team itself, from the threat research unit. We've done a few dozen webinars, right? So we do regular ones and ad hoc ones. So if Log4Shell comes out, or one of these other major vulnerabilities, or a new threat actor is being wreaking havoc, we'll talk about that. But we have the regular ones. We do a monthly one on Patch Tuesday, all the vulnerabilities that have come out. The previous month, we do another one that we call Threat Thursdays, where we look at threat actors, their tooling, which ones are more active, what are the different data points behind there. So a lot of different things that we do out. But as I mentioned before, we want to provide that data back to the industry. So we are regular contributors to the MITRE ATT&CK framework because we want to be able to increase the defense for everybody, not just our customers. But we're also going to have that yearly threat report. So the laws of vulnerability. So it hasn't been released at Qualys since 2009. So we're rebranding that, not rebranding it, but bringing it back for the first time in the last 13 years.
Yeah, that's great.
Yeah.
I don't put you on the spot. When might we see that?
Early 2023. That's the goal. I don't have an official release date yet. But
Very cool.
If you go to that website, qualys.com/true, that's where I'm going to post it.
Excellent. You've got to be psyched about this, right? This is it's more than a name change. It's making, the threat research team. It's always been a part of Qualys, but really bringing it front and center now.
Oh, absolutely. It's a core concept of what we do, right? We have our product, we have our content, and it's we want to be able to provide that and provide that thought leadership because we have some of the best minds in the industry on our threat research team. I mean, they are better than anybody I've seen in the world. And what they do, I'm trying to highlight what they're doing and give them credit for all of this amazing work that they do.
Love it. All right, one more time for our audience. It's Qualys.com, TRU.
Yes. Yep. Threat Research Unit.
Threat Research Unit. Remember that. Hey, man.
Hey.
Congratulations. Best of luck with it. Keep us posted.
Thanks so much. I will.
All right. Travis Smith from the Qualys Threat Research Unit. True. Here at QSC. We're in Vegas. We're going to be back in just a bit with our next guest. Everyone, we're live back here in the Bellagio in Las Vegas. We're here in person. That's right, in person at the Qualys Security Conference. We're outside on I guess portico is the official word. That's fancy. It's a patio, it's covered, but the nice thing about being outside here is we don't have to wear our mask. And, after wearing it inside the event for the last couple of days, it's nice to be outside without a mask. My guest for this session is Jacob Hahn. Jacob is a security engineer, or cybersecurity engineer at Montana State University. Hey, Jacob, welcome.
Thank you for having me.
So Montana State, where is that in Montana? It's not Billings.
Correct. It's in Bozeman, Montana.
You're Bozeman. The other University of Montana is Billings.
Missoula.
Missoula, that's right, Missoula.
Correct.
Yes.
Yep. So
I only know
imagine
from
Yellowstone National Park, and then 100 miles north of there is Bozeman.
It's Bozeman. Very cool. That's beautiful country, isn't it?
Indeed.
Lucky to live there. So Jacob, we were talking a little off camera, and look, you've got a tough job, right? Because you're at a public university, and it's a university, an academic citadel. And there's a tradition at universities and of freedom of expression, freedom of speech, freedom in general, right? And so the idea sometimes of cybersecurity kind of fencing in or walling in what people can do and what they can disseminate and how they can connect to the network sometimes clashes with that tradition of open access.
Correct. There's definitely a conflict sometimes between our mission of protecting data and people's assets, and then dealing with the academic freedom side of
No doubt.
the coin.
And a lot of times, unfortunately, it kind of falls on you and folks in your field to be the arbiter of how much freedom. I mean, you don't want to be the Grinch that stole freedom from the students or the professors, but you also have a job to make sure that, look, there's a ton of valuable, sensitive data
Exactly.
that you've got to protect.
Yep. Our data ranges anything from research data done by professors to financial aid data from our students. Then we also have FERPA data related to the student's experience.
Sure.
Then we have faculty and staff with financial and other personally identifiable information that we have to protect as well.
Grad, got it. And the other thing, so it's been a while. Well, my kids are in college, so I do go up to campus. They're in Gainesville at University of Florida. But
Very nice.
yeah, so I've been up there, and I've seen what they go through to get their devices on the net, and that's something that's really changed, I guess, since maybe you or I were in school. And well, there wasn't a net when I was in school, let's be real. But in any event, over, let's say, 15, 20 years ago, in that the amount of devices these kids are connecting now, it's not unusual for a single student to have 3, 4 or more
Right.
devices.
So imagine 16,500 students showing up to campus, each with 2 to 3 devices minimum. All of a sudden, the number of assets on your network is well above 50,000.
Yeah, and that's a challenge. Then, as you mentioned, faculty doing grant work or other kind of work with outside companies and government agencies.
Exactly.
And they have their own set of requirements as well as access requirements that you got to deal with. It's not an easy job. Whatever they're paying you is not enough. But we're here at the Qualys Security Conference. Let's talk a little bit about what you're doing here. You're presenting here.
Yes, I am.
So tell us about it. If you want to look right there.
Look right there.
Go ahead.
Okay. So today I'm going to be talking about our experience with XDR and how that's been rolled out at Montana State University.
Well, not everyone out here is going to know what it is.
Very good.
Let's start with that.
So if you know what EDR is, endpoint detection and recovery,
right.
XDR means extended. So you're starting to take silos from across different platforms like Active Directory, your IPAM solution,
Sure.
firewall logs, things like that. And what you're doing with it is putting it into an interface where you can actually see the data and then apply some analytics to it so we can actually make it actionable.
Uh-huh. And so this is a program you're rolling out right now, or you have rolled out?
We've been partnered with Qualys for about a year on this project.
Oh, really? Okay. And what's it been like?
It's been incredible. To be able to have your voice heard by a team that's dedicated on making a very good product and being able to contribute to that personally has been an incredibly satisfying project to be part of.
Well, it's a little different than the usual sales guy trying to force something down your throat that you don't want.
We get to ask for what we want.
Right, exactly. You're actually helping to build something to your specs. But let's talk about the impact at the school, on your network, on the security over there.
Well, there are 2 major needs that we needed. One was our incident response. So when you have 15 silos of data across campus, it's a very manual process to go look in the Active Directory for the information you need, go look in your firewall for the information you need, log into the Cisco Firepower to get the information you need, to be able to tell that story of the incident response. What we're getting out of that is, an expedited incident response, because we're not logging into those 15 different systems. We can in theory, have this all in one place. Because once you log into the system and you get the data, most of the time it's going to be a CSV or something that's ugly that you're
Right.
going to have to spend a little bit of time massaging to be able to get what you need out of it.
Well, from your point of view, right? As you said, your network goes from 16,000 odd devices to 50,000 devices, or nodes on the network in a day, right? Semester starts. So being able to gather that information to boil down what's really what you need to get on today.
Exactly.
That otherwise
It makes us a little bit more proactive
yeah.
instead of reactive. And that ties into the other part of this where you apply analytics to the data that you collect. So you're actually able to be proactive instead of waiting for that security breach or your CIO or
worse.
CISO
Right.
to ask you, why is this happening?
Yeah.
You're empowered in your environment.
And that, so look, we've been here 2 days doing interviews at Qualys Security Conference this year. That is a consistent message we're hearing from partners, from customers, from the Qualys folks themselves, that automating, being more proactive is the key to getting ahead of this, right? I think the days of being a security guy or gal, mostly guys unfortunately, and waiting for something bad for the CISO to say, hey, Jacob, we got a problem.
Yep.
Right? No one wants that. No one wants to be that guy anymore.
And staffing is another part of that. So for our footprint, we have 2 security practitioners, a CISO, and that's the security
it. That's
team.
the security team.
Yep.
3 of you for
So roughly
50,000 devices.
Yep. 25,000 devices per person.
Crazy. And the other thing is, it's not like they're standardized, these devices. You have everything and anything under the sun.
And they come out, they may have exploits built into them, during the creation of the product. It's an unmanaged device, so a student isn't taking care of their laptop, so they have vulnerabilities all across their devices.
Not to mention, God only knows where these students go online, right? And what they're subject to. And also, quite frankly, students don't always think about security. And let's not blame the students. Quite frankly, the faculty doesn't always think about security, right?
Even employees.
Absolutely, right? They're
Yep.
in the pursuit of their jobs, and it's not a security first kind of mentality.
Exactly. Some of the challenges that we run into is just, putting security in the first part of their thought process. So it's something as simple as when you receive an email, think about it before you click on the link within it.
I'll tell you a quick story, and I'll say it on here. I just got a call from a gal who actually works for us, who lives here local in Vegas, who said, did you just send me a text about buying some Google gift cards? I said, well, no. She said, I got a text that said you're at a conference and I need you to buy me some Google gift cards to click the link. She said, it didn't seem right, though, because it was signed Alan Schimmel, the text. You wouldn't sign. Real life, it happens.
Exactly. And we have students who are affected by this too.
Yeah.
When I was going to school, if I would have lost $5,000 in a fraud event, that would have been an academic ending event for me.
Absolutely. Me too. Yeah, that was a lot of money. It's still a lot of money. But it's true. We need to watch with that. Let me ask you a question, and this might be a little crystal ball gazing. Do you foresee the day when using a product like Qualys's automated remediation tool, you are automatically, we'll start with university-owned assets, but then potentially moving on to non-university-owned assets on the network? Do you think you might?
I think that day is coming.
Do you?
I do.
God
I
bless
think
you.
AI is an incredible thing.
You're an optimist.
Oh, yes, indeed.
Yeah.
I think what we're going to see is the ability to identify a threat, remediate that threat, and even do an incident response tied to it. and then there may be a human at the end that looks at it and goes, all of this seems, very
Yeah.
appropriate. Yep.
That's great. How far off you think we are?
I would say 10 to 15 years.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I think
Okay.
it's a little ways out, but
It is. It's not because the technology's not there, I think. I think the technology's a lot closer than that.
it's a trust issue.
It really is. It's a trust, it's a cultural issue.
Exactly. You have to have the faith that the AI you're working with is doing what you expect it to do.
Well, and you also have to have the faith that you're doing it for the common good. If you don't want to do it for yourself because you don't care about securing your information, you're doing it because when you go on someone's network, it's like you walked into their house,
Exactly.
right?
Take your shoes off.
And that's exactly I think that is a mind place that people still have to get to, and they
Yep.
have it. Is this your first Qualys security conference?
This is my second. We've actually been customers of Qualys since 2013.
Oh, okay. So, last year was all virtual, right?
I believe.
No. It wasn't. Was it February of 2020, right before COVID?
Right.
Because it was the last. This and RSA were at the same time in San Francisco, and it was the last conference I went to. I came home and everything shut down. So
The world has changed.
yeah, the world has, but it's good to be back out here.
Indeed.
All right. Hey, Jacob, I want to thank you for coming out and sharing your story with the audience. Keep up the great work. Keep those kids safe. Keep the professors safe. And, keep us posted on how things are going.
Thank you for having me.
All right. Jacob Hahn, cybersecurity engineer at Montana State University in Bozeman,
Correct.
about 100 miles north of Yellowstone. Beautiful country. Go check him out if you're ever up there. We're going to take a break. We're here live in Vegas. We'll be back in a little bit. Hi, everyone. We're back here live in Vegas for the Qualys QSC show. Day 2. We've had some amazing keynotes yesterday and again today. Some great sessions as well. There's a CISO session going on pretty soon that I actually wanted to catch. It looked really good. But I want to introduce you to someone who spoke. Well, he's been with us at RSA. He was with us last year at the QSC show. It's Silas Athley. Close?
Pronounce it right, Alan.
All
Good
that
job.
practice paid off. Thank you. Silas, welcome back. How have you been?
Doing great. Great to be back. This is my third interview on Alan's show.
Yes.
This is my 10th year in Qualys and my 10th security conference at Qualys.
Good for you.
Yeah.
Congratulations. That's great. So you actually had a chance to speak yesterday. I believe it was immediately following Sumed's keynote.
Correct.
Most of the people watching this weren't here.
Right.
So why don't we tell them a little bit about what your talk was about?
Right. So Sumed's talk was all about how there's a need to bring in automation and speed to simplify security and to help customers reduce risk faster. And my talk followed after that, how Qualys platform and its integrated capabilities help customers do that, right? How can customer get more security in the investment what they're doing, as well as how they can break the silo they have today to reduce the risk faster. So that was all the talk about. I think the talk concentrated more on, look, at the end of the day, security teams need to do 4 things, right? In their day-to-day world to reduce risk. They need to find all their assets, what they have, bring in the business context for it. They will do everything possible to mitigate the risk for it. That's meaning they would be doing vulnerability, configuration management, DevOps management, and they would be doing everything possible to detect the threats and respond to it. And then compliance as a checkbox of making sure whatever they are doing in all 3 areas, they're showing the report to their auditors. The talk was all about how Qualys platform brings all of these capabilities together with a context so that your teams spend less time in Excel sheets. Because by the way, no security analyst signed up for cybersecurity job thinking like they're going to work in Excel
Pivot
sheets more,
tables. Yeah.
and how companies can save that time and reduce the risk faster. That was all the talk about.
Excellent. So, first of all, I would just change one little thing.
Sure.
I think when you're doing security right, which is what you're talking about, compliance is a
Byproduct of that, yes.
rather than just a checkbox.
Yeah.
It's a byproduct.
Right.
Because if you're doing security right, you are compliant. But I want to really go in another direction
Sure.
with you. It's great the way you laid it out. Even I could do it, right? But in order to do that, you need a platform. Like,
Correct.
you mentioned the Qualys platform. Security today is so complex, and there's so many data points, and there's so much to worry about. You need that platform. That's the great enabler, right?
Right.
I think what, and it's come across the last 2 days here. The Qualys platform is, I call it hyperscale, right? I don't call it. I didn't make that name
Sure.
up. Hyperscale obviously
Sure.
is a real name. But there are a few companies in the world that can get to that level.
Sure.
As you mentioned, some of them even use Qualys, right?
Yeah.
But how does the scalability of the platform enable end users like who are watching
Sure.
this to simplify their security?
Absolutely, great question, Alan. So I would say from the benefits perspective, two parts, right? We all talk about technology people needing to uplift the conversation to risk. That conversation of risk is only possible if you're getting the comprehensive data from all the sources possible. So the first part of the platform is we provide multi-sensor approach for customers. There are a lot of talks from startups, from companies like, hey, agentless better, agent-based better, snapshot better, this better. What Qualys provides is a multi-sensor approach. We think that you need all sensors. You need to get attacker's perspective, so you need network scanner. You need agents to get comprehensive data. You need snapshot to know your SCA and the open source libraries. You need to know even your SaaS connectors to pull the data from SaaS. So Qualys platform gets this comprehensive data in the platform where we have gone through our own digital transformation. It's the most overused word, if I may use that. But what it means is we have changed the technology to use bare metal, Kubernetes, so that we use the new age technologies to index all of this huge data to create the data lake. And on top of that, we have provided the modules or the capabilities like the asset management, and giving that context of what is my asset and if it is important or not, if it is a database machine or not, if it's a production machine or not, then giving that context ahead for doing the vulnerability management. And then not just doing the detection that I have 4 million vulnerabilities, but what's the risk of that? The 4 million means I need to only look into maybe 132 vulnerabilities which are posing risk to this production database. So giving this context from asset side to vulnerability risk, so the platform does this hard yard, put in hard yards to provide the insights and context for customers. Additionally, we do the patch management by providing the same agent which is doing now asset and vulnerability management to go and patch these systems for the right set of patches or remediations required for the prioritized risk. And on top of that, when we provide the threat detection and response, we provide with, again, a context. So many times we hear the incident management teams are just bombarded with alerts, right? Why? Because that EDR or threat detection and response is done in siloed, where the platform again does the hard yard of providing them 5 alerts, which are important from your asset criticality, which are important because you have the underlying vulnerability so that you can prioritize the right things and take an action quickly. You made a great point on compliance being a byproduct. How we do it is we provide all of this great data from the risk and vulnerabilities and asset side, map it to all the frameworks out there, NIST, HIPAA, ISO, So the compliance people can come in the platform and generate their own reports instead of them needing to use another tool or another Excel sheet. So these are the hard yards platform put. I mean, I can share a case with you that a service provider, one of the biggest service provider in global, 400,000 agents already deployed for doing the asset and vulnerability management. When we hit in the pandemic, their service or the business team needed to make sure that their laptops of the employees now who are working remotely, they're patched for critical vulnerabilities within 15 days. Their traditional or legacy tools wouldn't be able to send the big packets of patches, and nobody wants to be on VPN because they need to be on the VPN of their customer.
Right.
But businesses wanted to make sure that they've patched within 15 days. Guess what? On the same agent, we could enable patch management on the same day, 400K devices
Wow.
within 5 days, deployed 10 million patches,
Oh my God.
where the traditional patch management tool could deploy 1.5 million in 4 years. We could
4 years.
deploy in a week's time 10 times more
Was it?
patches. In that,
And that's
the scale I'm
scalability,
talking
right?
about.
That's scale. That's hyperscale. You're right. You know, you said something else that made me think of something, and that is, you know, the same way we said compliance is a byproduct of good security. We sometimes we lose sight of how important managing risk is, because in many ways, good security is a byproduct of managing risk.
Absolutely.
Right? I mean, as silly as it sounds, you could have too much security, right? Because you're managing your risk wrong, and so you're trying to, go over, and too much security. I'm not going to say it's a bad thing, but it's a bad thing, right?
Yeah.
Let's talk about the Qualys platform and risk management, because I know it's a big piece of it. Beyond the nuts and bolts of fixing a vulnerability and patching and those kinds of things, how does it give the CISO, the management team, insight into their risk?
Right. So, and yesterday Robert talked about this in his keynote. That a lot of times, the technology or technical folks are more concentrating on, hey, you know what? Like I found 1 million vulnerabilities, and guess what? I fixed 500,000 vulnerabilities. And then on the other side, CISO's been asking the board, like, hey, I need a place with the board. I need a meeting with CEO to explain the risk. And when they go in front of the board or the CEOs, the questions they ask is like, okay, you deployed Okta. Okay, you fixed 500,000 vulnerabilities. What does it mean for my business or the risk or the profitability of the company? And now the problem is, how can we uplift the conversation of these vulnerabilities as assets and the detections to what is my risk? And that's where I think your question was for that. The problem today is happening is then our solution we think is add another tool which will basically look into all of this and somehow magically provide me like, hey, what is my risk? And that's where what Qualys really thinks to simplify security is we need to get context from each of these areas and use this context and bubble up what is my risk and quantify that, right? Today there are two problems. The number one is the risk algorithms don't consider all the facets and factors, and that sort of makes the CEOs and the board lose the confidence in the data. So we need comprehensive data to go in that risk algorithm. And the second part of that is, what does it mean for me? If that number is 700, 500, is it good or bad? How can we tie that up with the business? So those are the two things what Qualys is looking at doing is number one, coming out with the true risk. Mehul must have talked about it yesterday. What is true risk? Is it ties what are the vulnerabilities, what are the threats your businesses have. If you're in financial sectors, what are the recent threats trending in your sector? Tying that up with vulnerabilities, tying that up with what assets you have in your environment which are critical. If anything is used by your banking application, your CEO wants to know that if there is a risk, then tying that up to a score and then telling what exactly I need to do to fix it. And that is not just patches. I need to maybe work with my CIO to maybe change my Oracle 11G, which is already end of life, to Oracle 19. That's a cost and benefit conversation. So how can we provide like, no, you need to change my end of life Oracle to 19G, because look at this, your risk score for your Oracle database, which is used for your banking app, is 700, and which is high compared to all the peers in your industry. That's the insight what Qualys is providing so that they can uplift the conversation and talk with their management.
I love it. But you did a really nice job. You know, risk is probably one of the most overused but least understood terms in our cyber world, right? And that was a great explanation of it. Hey, we're about almost out of time here. Keep up the great work. We'd love to hear more. We're going to take a break here in Las Vegas, though, and I think we have another guest in just 2 minutes, so we'll be retooling. We're live in Vegas at Qualys' QSC 2022. We're here the rest of the day. Stay tuned.
Excellent. Thanks, Alan.
Back here wrapping up our coverage of the Qualys Security Conference. We're live at the Bellagio, outdoors over the enclosed, I guess, I don't know if they call it a portico or a patio.
Something like
Portico's pretty fancy. I'll go with it. Anyway, my guest right here is Francis Finley, goes by Finn. Finn is with Equifax, and he's presenting here at Qualys Security Conference, but I don't want to steal your story, Francis. Tell your story a little bit.
So what I was mainly talking about was a lot of the security transformation we've gone through, just those years since the breach, a little bit, how the culture shifted a lot, which while there's a lot of monetary investment that did a lot, but the culture shift and how things work had to do a lot with that, and how Qualys kind of mirrored that new culture we're trying to create a little bit.
Very cool. Let's do a little background, if you don't mind.
Yeah.
What's your position at Equifax?
So let's see. I'm the VP of Cyber Detection, Response, and Vulnerability Management. So that's a really long way of saying I've got a bunch of teams that do incident response, security monitoring, looking for bad stuff on the network, as well as vulnerability management. Also trying to look for potential bad on the network and then doing something about it.
Absolutely. And I mean, so I should say, as we were talking off camera, we put on the DevSecOps event at RSA every year. 2020, last year, right before COVID, we had our DevSecOps, and we had two of the senior folks at Equifax talk about a similar subject, sort of post-Struts incident, right? That's what I call it, the Struts incident, Struts 2 incident. But the fact that they've actually hired someone with your title and responsibilities is evidence of a changing culture there. And I don't know what your talk was. I'm going to give you a chance to talk about it. But before we do, I want to preface it by saying this. What happened to Equifax in terms of having a old version of an open source component be exploited can happen to anyone, can happen to any company out there. In fact, I've seen surveys that even after the Equifax breach, and it became publicly known that it was an old version of Struts, they were still downloading the old version of Struts to install, right? So it wasn't that happened at Equifax was, oh, they used an old version of Struts that caused that. That stuff happens. But the culture of Equifax, from what we've, they've been like business school studies on this, right? Was probably not horrifying, but was most shocking. Is that it was really kind of thin on the security side of things a bit. And, they didn't have a culture of, hey, we got to take this really, really seriously. And it's, again, not just Equifax, every company does. We've seen this past year with ransomware and supply chains, the SolarWinds, the Microsoft, one after the next. If people don't take security, cyber seriously, you will be the next headline. That being said, Francis, let's talk about what Equifax has done post Struts.
Gotcha. So I was there through all of that. I was actually on in 2014, so I got to live that incident from the.
Man, God bless you.
Yep. So the long days and nights responding to that, and all the fun fallout afterwards, and I got to see that shift firsthand.
Yep.
And it wasn't that anybody was like lackadaisical, not taking things serious and like that. No. It was organizationally different, a slightly different culture. Security is part of legal at the time, so it had a very compliance
which
thought.
Again was not unusual in and of itself.
Yeah. So the big shifts there is that, and what I was kind of talking about was, while we had some new leadership come in, a lot of the people that were there before are still there now. And oddly enough, through that crisis, we security and technology teams actually got to figure out whatever each other's challenges were. So, your big thing you were trying to solve is I've got to meet this customer demand in this time, and I've got to do what I can to meet this customer's requirements, and I got to get it out on this day. So they had those set of requirements, and we got to have that conversation of technology teams. Oh, why are you telling me to do this? Oh, this is why. And so, oddly enough, we ended up becoming kind of fast friends as far as that goes. And the new leadership came in and just reinforced that. It had already kind of started before they walked in, and then they helped foster that and grow that with the money and the leadership and everything else, to where it became a really cooperative. We get it's one mission now. Yep. One Equifax is the term they throw out all the time. Right. Like, it's all our mission, work for this.
I mean, look, I founded DevOps.com in 2013, launched 2014. I have 20 plus years in security.
Yep.
What you just described is exactly the reason I got into the whole DevOps thing, which was that security shouldn't be part of legal, right?
Yep.
Or part of finance and that whole risk thing that's over there. Security is inherently part or wrapped and with IT. And if it's not with IT, you created a wall that's very hard to climb over. And then what we've seen with, I've been putting on the DevSecOps event I mentioned to you. This will be the 6th year that we do it. All along, what we tried to do was bring the DevOps tribe and the security community together. Because as you know, Finn, it wasn't always like that, right? The dev and the ops folks felt that, these security people, frankly, they're just a pain in the ass.
Yeah.
They're just the people who say
no. It's a gate. It's a thing I got to try to figure out how to get through, and
and don't tell them till I have to, because they're just going to complicate it.
Yep.
Where the security people, they're not angels either, right? And they would be like, you know what, those people don't give a crap about security. If I'm not here being vigilant, these guys will get us all thrown in jail or worse.
Yeah.
Right? And, but a funny thing happens when you bring people together. You recognize that they're all people, and we all do have one aim. Let's make it, in this case, it's Equifax. Let's make it the best Equifax it can be. Let's, the success of our employer and the company we work with is our success.
Yep.
And so when you can set aside those preconceived notions, you can get stuff done.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
And, but it's, to be fair, and as I'm sure you're aware now, sometimes that's easier said than done.
Yes, it is very difficult to do that because it's a lot of people's entry into security is from a compliance checkbox
Yeah.
type thing, not necessarily, I've had to deploy stuff and I've had to do it under a deadline and
Yeah.
I've had to figure out how to
They
make.
don't get it necessarily.
Yeah. And some people on the IT side are coming in from the, hey, I watched a video on how to deploy this Kubernetes thing and this is how the guy did it. And
Uh-huh.
cool, I'm gonna
do
take the
just
stuff
what
I
he
learned
did.
in the lab
Yeah.
and deploy it out
In real life.
Yeah, so there's opportunities for everybody to learn there, and anybody that thinks they know all of it is they're sadly mistaken.
Absolutely. I've got a few questions I want to ask you. I'm going to ask you for your honest answer.
Okay.
Not that you wouldn't be honest. If not but for the whole struts thing at Equifax, do you think you would have wound up eventually with kind of one Equifax with this melding or meeting of IT and security?
That's a good question. So from what I saw, there was improvements being made, and I think eventually it might have gotten there. It wouldn't be as strong as it is now. It wouldn't have gotten to where it is today nearly as fast. So we're what are we, 4 years out from that?
Yeah.
We might have been looking at being there 20 years out. It's
Which is kind of beyond many of our working lifetimes, but okay.
yeah. So it really was a huge catalyst for change. Not that I'd recommend any company go through that. Like, just don't. But yeah, it was very much a really good. No. We need to really do something about this. No, make this happen now.
Yeah, I agreed. Next question.
Mhm.
If you had to pinpoint three things, that the teams have done to bring together, right? Because I always, when we're doing webinars and stuff, I always tell my team, give the audience three things they can hold on to, right? That they can take out of it. What would you say three things are that you can help to kind of force this, without having to go through what you went through, force this cultural kind of change?
Gotcha. So I talked a little bit about that earlier. There's a concept of in improv comedy, improv theater,
Sure.
yes and. That's one thing I try to take into what I do with security. Don't negate what somebody's asking you for. That's not your job to say no. Your job is to say, yes, this is your need. This is valid. And here's how we can do this securely. And
I love it.
taking what they've got and building on it rather than saying, no, don't do that. And approaching that from very much, there's a legitimate need. Your job is to figure out how to do it a better way. That's one of the big ones as far as that goes.
Yep.
Another one, I guess a little bit is don't be arrogant, and don't be humble.
Right.
You just say, I
like the positive spin versus the 10 Commandments.
Yeah.
Thou shalt not.
yes. Because I've had many times to where I thought I knew something inside and out, and whatever. I'm hot shit, And I met somebody that they might not have had the right titles or job experience or whatever, and then fucking like, oh man, they know this so much better.
Right.
I need to take some lessons from them.
Right. A little humble pie doesn't hurt.
It doesn't hurt. It doesn't hurt.
Yep.
And one of the other, I guess, big things is don't not being afraid to just throw out what you're doing and reassess.
Yeah.
Sometimes kind of doing the same thing over and over and expecting different results. This is how we do bone management. This is the policy says we do it this way, but it's not changing things very much. Well, let's rethink this a little bit and let's satisfy our compliance requirements and figure out a way where we can help people a little bit better. And don't try to do it in a vacuum. Have a discussion when you're coming up with that, how you're doing that differently.
I love it. I think those are three excellent things, man. I will tell you that I think one of the things we need to learn is just because that's the way we always did it, doesn't mean that's the way we should always do it.
Hmm.
And I had this discussion with my executive team just this morning. We did a Zoom call, and we were talking about, some of the folks in marketing had some ideas about things we should try. And you know how it is, right? A lot of people have been around a while, like me. Oh no, that's not the way we do it, right? And I told them, I said, you know what? We could say that, and we could just keep on doing the things we do, and it's successful, semi-successful. But if we don't give these new people a chance to experiment, they're not going to grow. We're not going to grow, and we'll just keep doing the same old, same old.
Mhm.
And the same old doesn't work in today's world, right? I don't
Yep.
care whether you're in security, media, technology, or making widgets. If you're not moving forward, you're dying.
Mhm.
And so, to me, that's the single biggest thing: is be willing to try different things.
Yep. Being unwilling to do something else is a really easy way to become irrelevant pretty fast.
Yep, absolutely. The other thing I will tell you, Finn, is I call it the Maginot Line thing. Don't try to fight last year's war next year,
Mm.
because next year's war is going to be a different war. So it may not be struts or an open source component,
Hmm.
but it could be a supply chain, right?
Yep.
We've seen supply chain attacks this year, God knows.
Oh yeah.
And if it's not supply chain, it'll be something else. There'll always be something else, right? And too often in the security industry, we're so reactive that we'll focus. We got to do software composition analysis and make sure, right, what open source components we're using. Great. I'm not saying don't do that,
Mhm.
but don't be blinded to the fact where the next one's coming from.
Yep.
Or what's next, and what's tomorrow's war, and what weapons and defenses do we need to fight tomorrow's war, not the war 4 years ago.
Hmm.
So I would add that to the three things you
Oh,
put
yeah.
in there as well.
Yeah, you really got to know. I mean, if you're doing security, you're trying to fit in with where the business is trying to go.
Yeah.
Um,
And that
Which you-
again is something that a
Yep.
lot of security people don't realize.
yeah.
We could have perfect security. Let's detach from the internet altogether.
Yeah.
Right? And no one will get in here.
Encase all the computers in concrete, probably the most secure thing ever.
Absolutely.
Oh yeah.
But that's not a formula for business success.
Yeah,
Agreed.
that's a quick way to not be getting a paycheck anymore.
Yep.
Yep.
Let me jump off that. I'm sorry, I got it.
Okay.
I think you here at Qualys Security Conference.
Yep.
Is this your first conference
It
since
is.
COVID?
It is. It's my first conference since COVID. Yeah. My
How's
first
it
Qualys
been?
security conference too.
Oh, is it too? Good
Yeah.
for you. How's it been seeing people in real life again?
It's very different. Very different. I mean, I've gotten a little bit. Things are starting to return to normal. They're starting to
I think so.
come
I
back
hope.
up.
I
in gen-
pray so. Anyway,
Yeah, and I mean, I work remote as it
you?
is now currently.
so
So that's
you really don't get a chance to see people.
Yeah.
a lot. Good
yeah.
for
So
you.
people I've been talking to, on Zoom calls every
They
week
look
or whatever.
different.
Yeah.
You're like, hey, I didn't realize you were that tall or that short, or you look a little thinner on.
Uh huh.
You don't want to say that to people.
No. Yeah.
But but yeah, it's true. It's great being out here. It's nice that we're outside doing our videos here. We don't have to wear a
Mhm.
mask or anything. Anyway, though, I want to thank you for coming on.
Certainly.
Thank you for coming out and presenting. Good, bad, or indifferent, people recognize what went on at Equifax, and the fact that you can talk about how this has been a catalyst for change and the positives out of it is, I think, both it reflects well
Hmm.
on Equifax, the industry, and the folks involved. So thanks very
Certainly.
much.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
All right. I think that is going to wrap up this interview here at the Qualys Security Conference at Bellagio in Las Vegas. If you've been watching us for the last couple days, we appreciate it. If you want, the Qualys Security Conference is open to any Qualys customers and stuff. You might want to come down and join one in the future. But until then, this is Alan Schimmel for Techstrong, DevOps.com, Security Boulevard, Container Journal. Thanks for joining us. Hi, everyone. We're back here in Las Vegas, Qualys QSC 2022, day 2. It's almost, well, it's afternoon. It's quarter afternoon here. We hope you've enjoyed our, first day and second morning here of coverage. Our next guest is someone, he's been on our show before. His name is Mehul Revankar.
You got that right.
I got it right.
You got it right.
Man, well, it only took me 3 interviews with you to get it right, so we're making progress.
Making progress.
Mehul, why don't you tell people a little bit of your role at Qualys?
So I am Mehul Revankar. I lead our VMDR solutions here at Qualys. I've been here for about 2 years, more than a little bit over 2 years, but my background is in vulnerability management, compliance, automation, and how do you take all of those things and reducing risk in the organization. So I've been here almost 15, 20 years in this space now.
Yep. And you know what? I'm on a mission to explain acronyms to people because we throw them around, but people at home may not understand or what VMDR stands for. VMDR is Vulnerability Management Detection and Response.
That is correct.
And in the Qualys world, on the Qualys platform, it's more than just scanning for vulnerabilities, right?
Yeah, so the way we think about this is, we're probably the only vendor who does the management of vulnerabilities end to end, from discovery to prioritization to remediation tracking, right? So we want to manage the life cycle of the vulnerability from the first time it was discovered to the time it was eliminated in the environment. So VMDR is vulnerability management, detection and response is actually the remediation aspect of it to get rid of those vulnerabilities. It's a very comprehensive all-in-one solution.
Absolutely. And look, Qualys has been around, I'm going to say 24, 25 years, maybe 26, 23
years.
Yeah, 2022. So
Yeah.
23 years. It was always a vulnerability management company, but it was primarily about discovering vulnerabilities, right?
Yeah.
But it's always been, not just Qualys, frankly, the whole industry has always yearned, aimed to do more than just discover vulnerabilities, but to actively manage them. And that goes all the way through to remediation, response, right? And I think one of the things that we want to emphasize, if it hasn't come out, is every vulnerability discovery doesn't end with a patch. It's not just patching, right?
It could be, deploying some kind of a mitigation, or it could be applying some kind of a network ACL,
Sure.
At the firewall level. So not everything is a patch deployment. It could be many things. But the thing I want to touch upon is, historically, VM vendors have been focusing on creating more and more signatures and detections for vulnerabilities and assessments. And what we are seeing now is less about vulnerability management and more about cyber risk management.
Yes.
So the conversation has started to shift from how many vulnerabilities do I have to how many really critical vulnerabilities do I have that I really need to prioritize to reduce risk in the environment. And the risk could be from multiple factors, right? So for example, it could be from your assets that are exposed to the internet. One of the number one reasons for organizations getting compromised is because of assets that are exposed to the internet with critical vulnerabilities on them and getting exploited and compromised, right? So there is this completely new aspect, or maybe an extension of vulnerability management, which has morphed into cyber risk management, which includes your attack surface, your vulnerability misconfigurations, and how do they all come together to actually help you reduce risk within the organization. And when we think about VMDR, this is one of the core tenets of the problems, is to help you inventory everything, both your internal assets that you might have, or also your external assets, that are exposed to the internet. Get them into the visibility with the solutions that like external attack surface management bringing in, and then correlating that data with the vulnerabilities that we are seeing on the infrastructure, and extracting the really critical vulnerabilities. Are these getting exploited in the wild? What's the exploit code maturity for these vulnerabilities?
Yep.
Are these exploited by ransomware? If so, then these are the ones you really want to focus on. And in the others, if you have time, go after them. But focus on these these metrics or these stats. So I'll give you an example. So we looked at the data for vulnerabilities over the last 20, 30 years, right? So the universe of vulnerabilities is around 190,000. But if you look at the vulnerabilities that are actively exploited by malware and threat actor groups and ransomware, that number is less than 3%. Roughly 4,000 vulnerabilities, 4,000, 4,500 vulnerabilities, right? And you really want to make sure that you do not skip these or do not miss out on these. If you do, then there's a high likelihood your organization will get compromised by one of these vulnerabilities. So focusing on that to reduce risk is actually very critical, so that organizations can start to move away from a volume-based vulnerability management program to a risk-based vulnerability management program. That's the critical
Absolutely.
part.
I think that is, and I think you hit it right on the head. Excellent. You know, because it goes what we said before. The same way all remediation isn't just patching. All vulnerabilities aren't necessarily created equal either.
Correct.
Right.
Very important.
And for too long and I've been in this industry as long or longer than you. For too long, the only way we distinguished vulnerabilities was sort of the NIST,
CVSS rating.
CVS ratings, right? Critical, and so forth. But even that, they did. I'm not banging them for it. It's not a bad thing, but it doesn't apply to everyone the same.
So I'll give you an important statistic. So we looked at this data for and CVSS was for what it's worth was never meant to represent the risk it poses to the organization. It was always designed to assess the technical severity of the vulnerability, right? And when we looked at the data, what we found out was 51% of all the vulnerabilities are rated high or critical by CVSS. So if every other vulnerability coming your way is high or critical, then how do you prioritize?
Right.
So that's where we brought in the new true risk algorithm in VMDR, which is our latest addition to our VMDR risk prioritization capability, and that reduces the number to 7%.
Really?
So 7% higher critical instead of 51%. So that's like an 85% reduction in the list of vulnerabilities that you really need to focus on. That is humongous in terms of a security practitioner's point of view.
Sure
that,
is.
I really don't need to look at these 51% of the vulnerabilities. These are the 7% I really need to focus on, because we have backed that with the intelligence that we collect from all the exploit and threat intelligence feeds. Hey, we know this is getting weaponized, we know this is exploited in the wild, these are the ransomwares that are exploiting this vulnerability. So you better fix these before you go on and do something else, right? So that you transition to a risk-based approach rather than a volume-based approach.
And we're calling this true risk now. So
True
it's
risk.
VMDR with true risk.
Right. And the reason we call it true risk is because it is a very comprehensive risk scoring algorithm. We actually filed a patent for it, because we take into account not just the vulnerability aspect of it, but you might have some kind of a mitigation or a compensating control on it. Right? If you, for example, if a vulnerability cannot be exploited if registry service is disabled, then the risk score is actually low, because there is no way for you to exploit it. So you have not patched this. You have this vulnerability, but it has a mitigation control. So it's a lower risk for your organization, right? So, and even on the asset side, if an asset is internal dev or test asset versus a production asset that's exposed to the internet, that is a high risk, right? So taking into account all these different factors, that helps us assess the true risk of that asset or a vulnerability or a groups of assets within your organization. So that's why we call it true risk.
I love it. For people at home, maybe you want to get more information on this true risk. Qualys.com, obviously, but is there specific?
Yeah, so they can go to qualys.com/truerisk, TRURISK.
So it's TRU.
TRU. We got rid of the E because the marketing team wouldn't agree
Well,
to
no,
risk.
true's a big word here, right? Now that's our research team as well. It's called True.
It's a threat research unit. Threat research unit.
So you don't like E's at Qualys, okay? Anyway, all kidding aside, it's a great thing. I think it's something we needed in the industry. It's good for you guys.
Yes.
I'm glad to see you.
We're super proud of it, and since we launched it, the product has won multiple awards and recognition, because it's something no other company has done, organization has done. So we're
Good for
really
you.
proud of it.
Thank you so much for being on our show.
Thank you,
It's
sir.
always a pleasure to see you.
Thank you.
So check out, that's it, True Risk, TRURISK, at Qualys.com.
Yes.
We're going to take a break here from Las Vegas. We've got a full afternoon of interviews, so stay tuned. Okay. Hey everyone, we're back live in Vegas at Qualys's QSC Conference 2022 at the Venetian. We're having a great conversation today. We're going to continue our conversation about Qualys, VMDR, and the new True Risk capabilities in there. I want to introduce you to this woman. Her name is Payal Meherotra. And if I did it wrong, I apologize. Say it right first.
Sure, it's Payal Meherotra.
Thank you. And thank you for being on Techstrong TV with us. We should start with a little bit about your background and what you do at Qualys.
Sure, definitely. So I'm Payal Meherotra. I'm based out of Boston, Massachusetts. Been with Qualys for about less than 2 months, but been in the risk and compliance space for about 8 years, and in software development and software engineering for about 18 years.
Wow.
Yeah, so I came to, a little bit about myself. So I came to United States. I'm originally from India, but came to United States 23 years ago. Did my master's here and started working, and been in the security space for a very long time. Yeah.
Longer than you shouldn't have to admit to. But okay, I've been in longer though, so don't
Yes.
feel bad.
Yeah.
I'm still young.
Sure.
So, as I said, we were talking earlier about Qualys VMDR, and I think the idea of a comprehensive vulnerability management solution is something. Look, I was friends with Philippe for many years.
Sure.
Okay, it's something we spoke about for years in this business, and many have tried. Right? Qualys has done a really good job with VMDR. It's end-to-end vulnerability management all the way through, and trying to automate it, which is, I think, something we still haven't. For whatever reason, the audience doesn't adopt automated patching easily.
Yes.
We have to work harder at that. But this new True Risk is I think, another great addition to the capability. He spoke about it a little bit, but let's hear your take on it.
Sure, definitely. So, in any organization, right, whether big or small, there are always, if you have laptops or you have machines, right, there's always going to be some software installed, right?
Yeah.
That means they would go either end of life or they would have updates, right? And we need to keep updating them. Otherwise, we would have, a security holes in them.
Right.
And constantly, a lot of the vendors keep updating their software because there are bugs, right, that hackers and attackers can use to get into your environment. So what True Risk is doing is, instead of you going and saying, I want to patch everything or I want to remediate everything, we're telling them, based on what we know, right? And we collect a lot of data. We know a lot more things about your environment. We know a lot more things about your assets, your machines, your systems, right? Because we are installed on them. So that's real data. If we can analyze that data and we can give you a simple list of things and say, go do these things first because they matter the most for your risk posture. That is what True Risk is trying to do, right?
Yeah.
So taking a lot of data, analyzing it in the back end, coming back, because everybody likes numbers, right? Because it's easy, it's visual, right? You can remember, 1,000 is a big number, it's bad, right? 300 is it may be a good
Better,
posture, right?
right?
Much better, right? And we're all used to the FICO score, 250 to a 900. So we know, So, and we can visualize these things. So that's where True Risk brings in the value of bringing the data together, analyzing you, and telling you what to do.
In talking to Mehul earlier, one of the things that came out with True Risk is that, look, the CVE scoring system, it was a good start. Let's
Yes.
put it that way. But if everything is critical, then nothing is critical.
Exactly.
Right?
Right.
And so what we're trying to do with True Risk, or what Qualys is trying to do, is saying, look, everything isn't necessarily critical.
Right.
Let's try to put real risk in here. And that's what these numbers are. But what I find interesting is the Qualys platform is a hyperscale platform, right? It's very scalable. You couldn't do a true risk without having the scale, because the numbers we're talking about to put all this together
Yes.
is really hard. Give our audience, if you can, some idea of that scale.
Yes, definitely. So we collect about 2.1 trillion data points, right? In order to process this huge amount of data and along with what's in your environment, because customers vary, right? We have large customers, we have small customers, we have medium customers. Depending upon how number of assets they have in their environment, you're taking data from those assets, and you're taking data from all the threat intelligence and the intelligence that we have in our environment. Processing all of that is incredible
Yeah.
to come up with a single number.
Right.
Right? That
It's
is what it is. And telling you it's trending. It's trending up, or is it trending down? Why is it trending up? Because we saw a lot of open ports.
Right.
Or we saw some certificates that have expired, right? Or we saw end of life software. So that means we need to go fix them. So
Right.
providing that insight into, and that can only happen when you're analyzing a lot of data.
when you have to have the scale.
You need to
You
have
know-
the scale, and that's the platform play.
Yeah, no doubt. But this also kind of fits into one of the themes that we've heard here over the last 2 days, and that is about making security simpler for the people at home, right?
Yes.
For our practitioners, for the security folks, not just for security, for the DevOps teams and the developers and the business folks, right? Security's always been hard, frankly.
Yes.
It's gotten harder because the job of securing has gotten harder, right? There's
Yes.
so many more attack vectors and everything else. So this is a way to kind of make it simpler.
Yes. Because as I was mentioning, people understand numbers. People
Yeah.
understand graphs, right? And you can put numbers on a graph to visualize the risk.
Well, it's business talk, not security talk
It's not
necessarily.
exactly.
Right. I mean, because, look, I've been doing this a long time. You would go to the C-level and they would ask one question. Are we safe?
Yeah,
Right? What?
exactly.
Are we safe? Am I going to get hit? What are the chances we're going to have a breach? Back then, we didn't have this, and it would be like,
Exactly.
knows?
And then justifying to your board or justifying to your senior management, why do you need extra 10 resources
Right.
on this project, right? Or the investments that you did in the past, 6 months ago, are they paying off? You want to show that you're making progress, right?
Right.
Or if there are areas of investments that's needed or areas of improvement that needs to, and how can all this help? It's from data.
Right.
You can show, you can visualize the data. And that's what true risk is all about, right?
Got
So
it.
I look at this in kind of 4 pillars of risk, right? The very first one is around discovery. So knowing what you have in your environment, whether it's users or assets or software, right? And second is around assessing it. So assessing for problems, right? Assessing for gaps, whether it's vulnerabilities, whether it's misconfigurations, you name it, right? And then third is, once you have assessed, you have your data. Now what do you do with this data, right? You can go fix everything, right? You have to start somewhere, right? And that's where the prioritization comes in place. And that helps you, okay, here are the 5 things, most critical things that you should do first. Not saying don't do the others, but that one has the most impact on your organization. So for example, if it's an internet-facing machine, or if it's a domain controller, right? That means you need to take care of them right now. You can't wait, right? Or if it is, a developer's machine, right? Or if it's a machine that's not internet-facing, or it already has all the compensating controls like full disencryption is turned on, or antivirus is running, the policies are all up to date, then you that can be done later on. You don't have to do it at this moment, right? So that is what we are helping with the prioritization. Is because taking the context. Not many software or applications can take the context.
No, they don't know
Exactly.
the context.
Exactly. And then the last thing is, okay, you can provide me all of this stuff. Now, what should I do? Right? So what I have been hearing from a lot of customers is because they have all these point products, right? Doing all of this is very hard. Like they can discover
It's
things.
beyond hard. It's pretty clear. It's impossible.
It's impossible, right? Because you have to marry terabytes of data together and make sense of it.
Right? They don't have the scale.
So having a platform where you can do all this is it makes it easier, right?
Yep.
And then you prioritize. And the fourth pillar is around remediation, right? So then you say, okay, I got to know these are my top 5 things, right? And I need to go fix them right now. And you give them the tools. Like traditionally, what's been happening because they use point products, they have to go into another tool. That means they have to send this information to another team. They don't report into the same org, or they have different
Understood.
responsibilities. So, organizations are spending billions of dollars on tools, but what's the end result? What's the outcome, right?
It's been
They're
like
not
this in
secure.
security, yeah.
Exactly. They're not secure, they're not compliant, and they spend so much money, right? So this is where we are changing the
wind
game.
up on the shelf is the shelfware we all call it.
Right.
And quite frankly, I think it breeds another problem, and that is, it's like the boy who cried wolf. You can't go back to the board every year or every 6 months and say, I've got a shiny new magic bullet that if you give me more budget, I'll buy.
Right.
And then 6 months later, no, that wasn't the magic bullet we were looking for.
Right,
I got
right.
another magic bullet.
Right.
The board says, no, enough. I'm not.
Yes.
You've gotten enough money. Make it work.
Yes.
And now you're stuck working with something that really doesn't work.
Exactly. Yeah. No, having that data-driven conversation is so important at
It's-
every level.
Well, especially at the board level, because
Yeah.
that's the language they speak.
Right.
They speak numbers.
Right. And specifically one great thing about True Risk that I should mention is, it caters to all the different personas, right? So if you are a CISO and you want to report to the board, right? We have all the tools, right? It's drag and drop in your dashboard and report, because reporting is key in any risk management solution, right? So we can do that. But we can drill down too. So if you're a practitioner, you're an analyst, and you want to drill down and go fix things, we have that view as well. So again, it's very hard to have both of these. But given that we are a platform, we can do this.
Got it.
Yeah.
Excellent.
Awesome.
One last question
Of
for our
course.
audience.
Yes.
If they want to get more information, where do they go for this?
Oh, yes.
Qualis.com,
Of course,
obviously, but
of
where
course.
within Qualis.com?
Come and then go to True Risk,
TRU.
RISK.
All right. Hey, we're live in Vegas. We're going to be back here with more Qualis QSC in just a moment. Stay tuned.
Thank you.
Here live in Las Vegas from Bellagio at the Qualis Security Conference 2021. We are continuing our coverage. Our next guest is Marianne Horst, right? Marianne is with the Norton LifeLock folks, and well, I'm going to let her tell her story. Marianne, welcome. Thank you for joining us. So, what do you do at Norton LifeLock?
Sure. So I've been with Norton LifeLock for just about 10 years, And most recently, my main focus is just on reducing our cloud attack surface. So that's why we're here with Qualys. And yeah, so we're doing that.
So, I always tell people, in order to reduce your cloud attack surface, you first have to know what your cloud attack
Yes.
surface is. And, that's step one, right? Understanding what is
Yes.
your attack surface, and now how do I defend it, and how sometimes you can reduce it, sometimes it is what it is, and I have to defend it. I can't reduce it too much. But you presented here.
Yes. Yeah.
And why don't tell us, if you don't mind sharing, what was your presentation on?
Sure. My presentation was specifically on CloudView, which is the Qualys solution for kind of determining misconfigurations in the cloud. So it's a little bit different than the VM module, which scans for vulnerabilities and missing patches and things like that. This is specifically around configurations and settings and things like that.
Right.
So we implemented CloudView because we saw that there was a gap between some of the other tools that we had, and we wanted to address that. And then one of the unanticipated benefits that we had was vastly improving our asset inventory. Because like many companies, we have exactly that issue, right? Like how do we know that we have a reliable asset inventory? How do we know what we don't know? And that's really where CloudView helped us. Because with the VM module, we have IP appliances that scan, like discovery scans, things like that. We have cloud agents on our machines, so there's like 2 ways to discover things. But ever since we onboarded CloudView, which has it connected, which is kind of a third type of technology to discover things, we really exponentially saw the quality of our asset inventory improve as we were able to triangulate kind of gaps that we were seeing, like, we see this with our IP scans, but we don't have a cloud agent on it, let's fix that, and then vice versa, and it really made the quality a lot better.
Absolutely. So a couple things on this, right? So first of all, asset inventory has become so important.
Yes.
Right? There was a time where, look, if I didn't have an agent on it, I didn't worry about it, right? Because it wasn't in my worldview. But that does you no good if someone hits an unprotected node that's connected to the rest of your network. You might as well have just opened the front door for them, right? So accurate asset inventory of what instances are out there, what's connected, how's it connected, is of course an important piece. You can't put agents on stuff that you don't know is there.
Yeah.
So you can't protect it. Secondly, though, you're right about misconfiguration, right? Certainly CVEs, and God knows there's enough. And we look at like OWASP top 10 kind of vulnerabilities. But misconfigurations are still the easiest way, right? Yes. There are plenty of bad guys who have exotic 0 days. Right, and it's hard to protect against them. But, the bread and butter of security events come from misconfigured servers. People don't realize they have it open to the internet.
Yes. Yeah.
Stuff like that. And that's exactly the kind of stuff CloudView is looking for.
Yes.
So I got to ask a question, though. So we also run DevOps.com, Security Boulevard, a bunch of sites. One of the great things about DevOps is you automate as much as you can. And in automation, especially when it comes to cloud, we could automate our cloud configuration, our instances, using any number of tools, Ansible or Puppet, Chef, all those kinds of tools. How is it that it's almost like, how can you keep misconfiguring your servers, your instances, right, when you're using tools like this? Right? Was it that it was misconfigured to begin with, or was there a drift over time as we kept with immutable infrastructure and everything? You kept reissuing instances, retiring old ones, starting new ones. How does this misconfiguration find its way in?
Sure, I think it's actually not a technology issue as much as it is a human nature issue, right?
Typical in security, right?
Yes. So we strive to go from auditing to automated remediations, which you can do with CloudView, right? You can either audit and read the configurations, or you can actually go out and configure it to remediate. I think it's a lot easier to do on things that are newer because you're configuring them correctly from the beginning versus you kind of have to build a baseline of what's normal for the stuff that's already there. Now in the cloud, it's a little bit easier than on premise because the cloud churns over so much, right? Like what's here maybe only exists for 11 minutes and then it's gone. So we have that, but I think that a lot of the misconfigurations, at least in the beginning that we saw, was more users trying to get their job done, and it never occurred to them like, oh, I don't need this, but do I turn it off? And so it's more of making people more mindful that maybe it makes your job easier to not think about this, but it leaves you open for attack. And so what
So it's funny. Before you came on, I was talking with a fellow from Montana State University, and we had this whole discussion around mindset, changing people's mindset, right? So the idea of using a standard configuration that's been approved, right? It sounds so simple. It does. It says, oh, what's the big deal? Here's our standard configuration. You're going to be a lot more secure using this standard configuration. But yet people, their mindset is, but I could just do this. And they pop on to AWS or whatever they're using, and they say, I'm not sure what that button is. I'm not even, I'm going to leave that on. I don't know. And then, lo and behold, right, you've got this instance, and God knows. And then it almost becomes memorialized because the next person comes by and says, oh, yeah, that's what Marianne used. She clones it, right? Or he clones it. And now we've got sprawl of this misconfiguration, and that's exactly what a CloudView kind of product does. How long have you been using it?
For about 2 years. We bought, I don't know exactly when they released it, but we bought it very close to when it fresh came off the press.
And you mentioned that early on you found a ton of stuff, right? And that's to be expected.
Yes.
But like once you have it up and running, right, it's baselined, right? Do you have any metrics or anything about, what you're finding, how often you're finding stuff? What are the most common kinds of misconfigurations you're seeing out there?
Sure. So we have everything automated with our ticketing solutions, right? ServiceNow, Jira, those kind of things, because we want to get the results out of CloudView in a way that's not a PDF or an Excel sheet.
Right.
So we created tickets for teams so that they get assigned to, and those are the ticketing systems that they already use in their normal operations and for their changes and things like that. So for one, we wanted to get the information out there in a way that they are used to. And then the other part was that we could then take the tickets and quantify, well, how many times is this thing failing or that thing failing, and kind of get away from individual tickets and the little minutia of fixing things and look at a bigger picture and kind of metrics of like, what do we see a lot, right? And I think a lot of it was people don't thinking like, oh, these access controls, we really need to turn that off, and we're trying to make it available for more of their teammates, but maybe not realizing that it's opening it up to more people than just
they don't have that security mindset, quite frankly.
And then so we would see access control things, or even certain network controls, because you're trying to integrate you have your cloud accounts and you're running things in the cloud, and now you got to hook it up to maybe some of the stuff that we're still running on-prem, right? So there might be some network controls that are a little bit further open that they assumed they were, and in some cases they may also assume that we have some compensating controls in our company that may or may not be there, right? And
top secret.
Yes. so those were some of the things that we saw early on.
You mentioned that you're integrating it into your ticket system. You mentioned Jira, for instance, from Atlassian. So is that a like sort of an API from Qualys into it? So this is another area that I think, my opinion, this is the next big problem in security is API security, right? And I'd love to see CloudView or some sort of product like that tells me what APIs do I have.
Yeah.
Have you guys looked into that at all yet? Or I realize it may be outside of your expertise, but does that kind of keep you up at night, sort of?
Maybe, yeah. We have lots of things that keep us up, simply because we're a security company, so we're always gonna go beyond what's our regulatory compliance, what are we obliged to be compliant with, and try to do true security and what is the right thing to do for our customers. But yes, I would agree, like knowing what APIs are out there and what data you can read out of them, not even just even trying to edit something, but just the information you can gather is a concern.
And
yes.
how people could use them maliciously for, you
Yes.
know. I mean, to me, that's a new frontier in asset inventory,
Yes.
right? That's got to be part of your inventory.
Mm-hmm.
What's connected? Because a lot of those APIs are going to third-party
Yeah.
things that are hosted outside of your network that you don't have control over.
Yes,
And
yeah.
that gets me scared.
Yeah.
I mean, quite frankly. But that sounds great. So beyond CloudView, do you use the rest of the Qualys suite platform?
Yeah, we
or
use several other modules as well. The VM module, we have the web application scanning module.
Are you doing automated remediation at this point, or still looking at it?
We have not automated the actual push of remediation yet. Yeah.
I think that's another mindset.
Yes.
Maybe for another interview. But yeah, we've seen that. But again, I've been in security for 20, 25 years, and I know that's going to be, that'll break down a lot of barriers.
Yeah,
right?
I think it's kind of a two-pronged process, right? You go from, here are the things that I can see, and now we ticket them. People want to kind of understand, like, oh, this the things that typically fail. And then they do build those things into their own deployment automation, say, okay, well, we're not going to allow that from the start, right? But it's always a little bit of a hard sell when there's another team running that to allow a security team to turn things off without speaking to them. It's sometimes a hard sell.
Sometimes.
I'm trying to be optimistic.
Okay, that was very optimistic. You're right. But I think you hit it on the head. It's a border crossing, right? You're crossing from security land
Into
to
actually
help desk
managing,
or IT management land, and they don't necessarily trust each other 100%. Sometimes they don't realize we're all on the same team. And when I talk about mindset, that I think is the mindset.
Yes.
That the security people aren't telling me this just because they want to be difficult, right? In
Yeah.
spite of what you might have heard. Anyway, Marianne, I want to thank you for coming on with us today. I want to thank you for presenting at Qualys Security Conference. You know, what makes these conferences great, no one wants to go up here and just hear from Qualys people exclusively. I want to hear from real life people who are using this stuff, that are solving problems. So it's great to have you here, and thank you very much.
Thank you for having me.
My pleasure. Marianne Horst from Norton Lifeguard here at Qualys Security Conference, talking about asset inventory and CloudGuard is the product.
CloudView.
CloudView, excuse me. CloudGuard's another product probably, but CloudView. Here in Las Vegas, we're live. We'll be back in a moment. Hey everyone, we're back here in Las Vegas for Qualys QSC 2022, entering kind of the home stretch, right? Afternoon of the second day, and I'm really happy to have this gentleman with me. I've known him now for a few years. He's Sumedh Thakkar. If I mispronounced it, I apologize. Sumedh, of course, is the CEO of Qualys, and he's the guy putting on this whole event that we've been covering the last 2 days. Sumedh, welcome. How are you?
I'm good, thank you, Alan. Always a pleasure to talk to you
Always
guys.
a pleasure. So, we were talking off camera a little bit. I've spent the last day and a half talking to Qualys customers, executive team, practitioners, and first of all, I want to congratulate you because there are few, on one hand or two hands maybe, you can count the amount of companies that have truly built hyperscale technology, right?
Of course.
And the Qualys platform, from everything I've seen and touched and heard, is true hyperscale, right? And that's a tremendous accomplishment. And the way it was built, right? Re-engineering it with micro services and everything else. So having that platform, though, is a great enabler. And you guys are doing things that quite frankly we only dreamed of in the security industry for a long time.
Yeah,
right?
a lot of dreams in the security industry.
A lot of hopes and wishes, right? We've come a long way since just scanning vulnerabilities. But why don't you, if you don't mind, share with our audience kind of your vision, what you think the message of QSC this year has been?
Yeah, I think that's a great question. Look, at security, we get so deeply involved in the feature and my capability and all of that sometimes we forget to step back like 30,000 feet to say, like, look, at the end of the day, the cyber issues are really about a risk to the business, right? And when you have something that is a risk, you have to quantify that in terms of what does it mean to the loss to your company if a potential issue happens. And this is really where we're not doing a great job today. We're focusing a little too much on my tools and my projects. And when in life, whether it's your car, your home, whatever it is, if there is a risk, then you have an insurance and some way to mitigate that risk. And typically, you have a finite amount of money that you look at to say mitigate the risk. Some of that you're going to try to build some defenses, and the rest of it you'll take it with the cyber insurance today, right? And so if you really narrow it down, what that comes down to is for us to be able to do a good job with cyber risk, we need to be able to do a good amount of risk reduction by leveraging tools, but the cost of that tooling needs to come down, and that's where I see the opportunity. And to your point about Qualys having built that hyperscale platform, is because by innovation, and when I talk about innovation, I'm not talking about some crazy feature to find some super hidden malware. The innovation really is about how do we use the investment in the platform to create a mechanism for customers to consolidate their security capabilities, security tools, and with that get much better efficiency, much better speed in detecting and neutralizing security events. And that's why reduce your risk with being cost effective. And that really is the big message that we're hearing from customers, is they're just deploying too many tools and they're not even able to go to the board and say, here's my risk, you gave me this much money, now here is my risk. People go in and talk about, oh, we implemented multi-factor authentication, but does that mean my risk is lower or not, right? And so I think that's really the message this time that we heard from customers with our focus on VMDR, true risk, et cetera, has been how do we give a risk-based approach to managing cyber issues.
It's interesting. It's always been about the risk. I'm doing this 30 years. It's always been about risk, but like you said, we get lost in the tools that we buy. We get lost in compliance issues.
Yes.
But the CEO and the chairman of the board still ask the same question.
Right.
Am I protected?
Yes.
Am I going to get hit here? Am I safe? And it's something we've never really been able to answer in their language.
Yes.
The response has always been, are you protected? Well, we have IDS and
Yes,
IPS. We're
exactly,
doing daily scans. I got, that last magic bullet that I bought too, and I got this big box.
Yes.
And But that's not the language. They didn't care.
Absolutely not. Yeah.
They wanted a number.
I can tell you now that I'm a CEO. That's not
Yeah,
the language
that's
even I want to hear from the
I-
security
I-
team, right? Because look, you run a business and you look at like, what's my cost, what am I spending, what am I getting in return. So, you spoke to Dilip. If I was gonna give $1 million to Dilip to develop some platform capability, I'm gonna say like in this amount of time, the output is a new product that we have developed, right? And that the question then comes in security: how do we measure the investment that we're making? What is the outcome of that, right? To be able to do that, we need to be able to quantify risk, and this is something that is very hard to do, and a lot of people are not able to do. So that's why they talk about DLP and other things, but you
Right.
can't really.
They
say,
bag dive.
Yeah,
We
exactly.
call it bag diving.
Yeah,
You mentioned insurance. Look, I'll give you a little story.
yeah,
18 years ago, we're trying to figure out how to compete with Qualys. And we come up with this idea, why don't we go make a deal with an insurance company?
yeah,
And anyone who gets breached after using our product,
yeah.
they'll get money from the insurance, $1 million worth of coverage or whatever. I think we spoke to, it might have been Aon Insurance back then, AON. We couldn't make it happen.
Yeah.
Cyber insurance was it was a risky business, no pun intended. It's come a long way.
Yeah.
You guys are working with some cyber insurance
Yeah.
carriers. Who, how, why? Tell us.
Yeah, I think the why is what I talked about. When you look at risk, there's only two ways to eliminate that risk from a business perspective. One is, being able to use cyber tools, and the other part of that is the insurance part, right? So whatever residual risk, you take it with the insurance. But today, the cyber insurance market is maturing still, and they're trying to figure out how they're gonna do the premiums, etc. So today, when you look at it, that they are sort of both, I don't want to say two sides of the same coin, because then it means that they don't talk to each other, but they are like you can think of it as a slider, right? So I think they're really well related with each other, right? Your tooling and your insurance. And when insurance companies are coming in and they're giving you quotes, they're just asking a high-level questionnaire. They're not giving you the ability to say, if you invest in tools and those tools actually bring down your risk, then I can reduce my premium, because their risk is also reduced, right? And that's not necessarily happening at the larger scale.
No.
However, there are some very interesting startups in this area, like Cowbell Insurance that we partner with, where they have this concept of an adaptive insurance, right? Where instead of the traditional way of saying, pay me the premium that I have fixed once every year, they actually have integrated with Qualys, and basically they're able to say, if the customer is using Qualys VMDR with true risk, that true risk score gets sent to the insurance company, and every month you will get a rebate on your premium if you did a good job with your security score. If you didn't do a good job with your security score, you go back to the premium that you had agreed to pay. So now you are actually getting a benefit out of the security tool in terms of your insurance payment reduction, which I think is fascinating, because that's really how it should be.
It's beyond fascinating. It's mitigation.
Right.
It really is mitigation. I think of it, I don't know. Like you, we travel a lot, right?
Yeah.
So I build up all these Bonvoy points and Hilton
Yeah.
points and everything. And then someone in the family wants to go stay in a hotel. I say, I'll put it on my points. And then you look and it says pay with points or money. I
Yeah.
don't know if you've ever done that, right? And you slide the slider,
Yeah.
how many points you use is how much more
Right.
money. It's the same sort
Yeah.
of thing. Here's my total premium,
Yeah.
but by sliding my slider, by mitigating,
Yes.
I could bring those premiums down.
Exactly.
And that's what
That's the
been
language
missing.
we need to, and it's complicated, but that's the language we need to be able to speak, not like, EDR and zero trust and all of that, because DLP and all of that, because at the end it's like, well, what does all that mean to the business, right? And so a lot of the focus that we have been putting on innovation has been, how do we start to give some measure of risk and continue to learn from our customers and start improving that, so they have something that they can actually take to their board, to the business, to say, look, this is how bad we were. Here's a score. You gave me a certain amount of money last quarter. We invested in doing this, and now because of that, the score has come down to that. That is meaningful. That's measurable. That's the language of a CEO or of the board,
of the
right?
CFO or of
CFO,
business. It's
yeah,
a business
exactly,
language.
yeah.
It's something they could understand. And the whole concept of risk mitigation.
Yes.
So another term we've thrown around for years,
Yeah.
risk mitigation.
Yeah.
But that's really that's
Right.
what risk mitigation is. I love it. Here's another concept, though, that I've seen at the show the last day and a half, and that is simplifying security for the people out there,
Yeah.
right? Security was never easy,
Yeah.
but it's gotten harder. We have more attack surfaces. We have more. The data is exploding. You know, the amount of data we have to sift through and
Yeah.
analyze. The people work anywhere with
Yeah.
anything. Qualys is trying to make security simpler.
Yeah.
Let's talk about that.
Look, I think it goes back to the same equation of, right, if we make the security simpler, it's unified, it's easy, it's on a single platform, single agent, you reduce your cost of security. And if you can reduce the cost of security and you can get better security, that means your risk is reduced and you pay less for reducing that risk at the end of the day, right? And again, you know, talking about sliders, at the end of the day, that's the slider. If you make it too complicated, the adoption of that technology is going to be harder, which means you don't get the benefit of that risk reduction that you would if it was a lot simpler, right? So we really focus on making it simpler for the organizations to deploy security. And I was just talking to a customer, and you know, they are in the business of detecting transaction fraud and stuff like that. And you know, they say that around the holiday season, they see a lot more fraudulent transactions coming in, and so they deploy anti-fraud technology, which is helpful, but that is a bad user experience for many people because they have to do the 3DS and they have to input an additional code. So then they see drop-off on transactions also, right? So it's a balance, right? How much? If you do too much, you're gonna have customers like, this is too complicated, I'm not gonna buy. If you do too little, you're losing money on the fraud. And that's always the fine balance. If you can simplify it in a way that it's easy to deploy, and that's really what, with the single platform, customers can very easily check boxes to say, I want inventory, I want vulnerability management, I also want it to patch, just another checkbox. I want it to capture telemetry for EDR, and you know, if you make that simple, then customers are able to get value out of that, right? We had a really large customer, 400,000 assets, laptops globally. They had a Qualys agent for VMDR. When the pandemic hit, all of the employees went home with their laptop. They couldn't basically patch these laptops over VPN. So they called us, and we flipped a switch. Within 24 hours, all their 400,000 laptops were actually deploying patches within 24 hours.
It's great.
And that's the simplicity, right? Like if not, they would have to go buy many additional VPN gateways to allow those laptops to come in, and that the cost and the time taken to get the project done would have been.
It's more than the cost of the VPN. It's the
Right.
extra bandwidth. It's more
Right.
latency. It's the encoding and unencoding. It's just a backwards way of
and
doing
so
it.
simplifying security and deployment is not just about you have a nice UI. It is the architecture done in a way that it truly simplifies the deployment and the value that you get out of it.
Excellent. One more area, that's something we've spoken about the last day and
Yeah.
a half, and it really wasn't part of your keynote as much per
Yeah.
se, but total cloud.
Yes.
Right? Look, it needed to be more, especially during COVID and with the whole digital transformation, we're seeing more and more digital transformation of the
Yeah.
cloud native,
Yeah.
a new stack, if you will.
Yes.
Your take, CEO's take on total cloud.
I think cloud is just another infrastructure that people are deploying things into. Most companies, and we were talking to one of our airline customers yesterday, and
Yes.
they said, yes, the shiny new UI, that's in the cloud. And then the system that runs the
Mainframe.
scripts are in their middleware Linux that nobody wants to touch because they don't know who did that stuff. And then at the end of the day, the whole thing is run on a mainframe, right? So when they want to say, what's my risk to my check-in application, it is not just about what's running in the cloud. It's the entire risk posture of the vertical stack to say, where is my risk? And so today, Qualys, we do a lot with customers on their on-prem environment, on their remote endpoints. We have 30 million agents in the cloud already that our customers are running. So we see this as an opportunity to help customers simplify their cloud deployment by adding additional methods of detecting issues and bringing them into a single view and applying the risk score on top of that. So then you don't have to go deploy 5 different products, one for cloud, one for this, one for that. You can truly get that single platform experience, and that's exactly what it is about, is simplifying security. If you're a Qualys customer, you have VMDR running in the cloud, now you just have to give us your AWS authentication credentials, and you don't have to do anything other than that. We are going to go find the assets, we're going to go do a scan, deploy the scanner, run the scan, bring down the scanner. All you get is the findings at the end of the day, right? And that's the simplification of the security.
Simplifying
That's really what
security.
it is that we're focusing on.
Excellent. One more quick question.
Yeah.
We're back in person. No virtual sideshow or anything.
Yes.
How does it feel?
I love it. I'm a people person. I like having those interactions. I think, when we have that one-on-one conversation, people are a lot more open. They're not distracted, and the whole point of the conference is about bringing our customers here so they can have that direct interaction with our engineering team, product team. And for me, I love having the product advisory board and our one-on-ones with all the customers to really listen to them, and you really have that focus time. And even that focus 20 minutes is way more useful many times than a 1 hour Zoom conversation
No
where
doubt
there are
about
10
it.
people. And so I think it's great to have the remote technology, but a good combination of being able to get a bunch of stuff done remotely, but also mixing that with the right in-person interaction. I think that's a great way for us to continue to learn and to innovate.
I love it. Hey, man, congratulations
Thank you
on a
very
great
much.
show.
Thank you.
Congratulations, more importantly than the show. What you guys have built here, what Qualys is doing, it's good stuff.
Thank
Excellent.
you. I always
Thank
appreciate
you.
the feedback. Thank you very much.
All righty. Hey, we're going to take a quick break. We're live in Vegas for Qualys QSC. Stay with us. Hi, everyone. We're back here live in Vegas for the Qualys QSC 2022 show. We're in the home stretch, kind of, right? We're in the afternoon of the second day. One of the nice things we've had the last couple of days, though, is we've got a good mix of guests on here. We've had some interesting security practitioners, customers. We've had Qualys people. We've had analysts. We've had a good mix of people. I'm really happy to introduce you right now to Eugene Ostapenko.
Yes.
Yes?
Yeah,
Okay.
you got it right.
Eugene is a CISA, and he is from all the way from Melbourne, Australia, which is a bit of a ride from here. And we're happy to have him. Eugene, welcome. Why
Thanks,
don't
Alan.
you, if you don't mind, tell the people a little bit about your background and your company?
Yeah, thanks, Alan. Thanks for the introduction. So, as Alan said, I'm Eugene Ostapenko. So I'm currently head of information security, risk and compliance for Ilion. It's about a mouthful of my official title, but effectively I run information security practice. So I'm working as a CISO for the company. CISO we're saying in Australia, not CISO. That's something I need to learn.
tomato. Okay.
Yes, but it's been few learnings for me. So Ilion is their data analytics company. So we our data is there set on consumer commercial bureau. So what the bureau is, we receive their financial transactions from the institutions around Australia and New Zealand. Then we compute this data, we apply our analytical logic in there, and we generate credit rating scores. So when the individual or the organizations want to take a loan, they would request the credit rating score from ourselves. And
So this is not for individuals, it's for business credit
It's for
rating.
both. It's their individuals.
It's individuals
Yeah,
as well.
that's right.
Because I was going to say, here in the U.S., of course, Dun & Bradstreet does a lot of the business ones, where the personal is more Experian, TransUnion, Equifax, the other one.
Yes.
And for those of you who may not be familiar with the company, Elan is the company?
Ilion.
Ilion. Gene was telling me it was the Australian, New Zealand, Dun & Bradstreet
Yes.
subsidiary that was spun out. And,
Precisely. Yeah. So the Dun & Bradstreet in 2015, a private equity company have purchased Dun & Bradstreet, and they've renamed it as Ilion. And since then, we've been in the competition. So which is always
Got
good.
it. Absolutely.
So to put it in context, we have 25 million of our personal records in our database.
Wow.
The total Australian population is 30 million. About 2 million of their commercial entities. So the data security is paramount for us. It's our lifeblood, really.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Well, look, we saw it here in the U.S. with the Equifax breach a few years ago.
Mm-hmm.
It was a crazy number, like 400 million records or
Yes.
something like that. And, so when someone in your line of business gets breached, it's big.
It will be a big
And
impact.
it's big
Yeah.
and it's bad. That being said, you're here. You presented at QSC this year. If you wouldn't mind, would you share with the audience a little bit about what you presented?
Yes, so as a CISR, my role is to keep the company secure. I'm responsible for that. In order to do so, I need to operate as a business stakeholder, as a business member. So therefore, for me it is important to operate within the funds I'm allocated for a year and to do this as cost effective as possible. So what I was presenting at the Qualys conference is how to do more with security, and example I was given is using a Qualys cloud platform as a way to consolidate the security processes into a single platform and thus reducing the total cost of ownership. So I was looking at their direct savings, i.e. the cost savings associated with the licenses, as well as their personal savings, where the time freed by my team is reinvested into addressing other risks outside of the platform. So that was I thought it was taken well, and there was a lot of questions from people just outside of the side of the presentation.
I've been in security for a long time, 30 years. I've had this discussion with a lot of security people. First of all, it's near, could you actually prove an ROI on security? It used to be a very controversial
Yes.
subject. But that goes hand in hand with kind of what you were speaking about, which is how do we get a handle on our cost of security? Because traditionally, it's funny, Sumed, the Qualys CEO,
Yes,
was our
yes.
last guest, and we were talking about this very issue, right? Managing risk with security, it's a question of dollars and cents. And for too long, and I'm not blaming you, but too many CISOs in security said, if only I had this new technology, that new tool, this many more people, I could really do the job. And then 6 months or a year later, well, I need one more thing. There's this new thing. There's a new thing.
That's actually, you're right. I mean, and that's where I think the CISOs would differentiate. You know, we have our CISOs who are very focused on technology and they believe a technical solution is going to solve the problem.
Right.
It is not. So it's a combination of the factors. Always people, always processes, always technology.
Sure.
Now, none of those three guarantee absence of a security breach. So the breaches inevitably would happen to any organization. As much as I hate to say that might happen to Elon. My job as a CISO for a company, make this breach as rare as possible. So trying to reduce the likelihood of the breach. Even if the breaches that could occur, then my next stage is actually to reduce to reduce the impact, have a faster response. So I'm quite clear in my mind that it is impossible, no matter how many tools we have, how many things we throw at security, it's never enough. I mean, if there are large corporations, governments get breached, I mean, we are mid-sized companies, so I'm being realistic there. We will not be able to compete. Where we will be able to compete is actually, doing things smarter, doing things faster, having a more agile response practices, having maybe easier access to the products, and just work smarter, not harder. But breaches are inevitable part of the life.
So, without giving out any confidential data or trade secrets, I've got a whole audience out there. There's probably about 3,000 to 5,000 people watching this right now. What can they do to be more efficient with their security spend, right, and get a better return on what they're spending?
I think I strongly believe that one of the best investments the company can make is actually their breach response plan. It's not technology, it's not people,
No.
it's the process. And this breach response plan should absolutely be developed in conjunction with the C-level, with the board. So you have to take your business through a certain thinking process around what would be the business response to a security breach. Yes, the team and security and the CISO will work to, as I was saying, to mitigate the likelihood and mitigate the impact. It's inevitable. So where I believe that there are more resilient companies differentiate from the companies that fell apart is the leadership of the executive team, the leadership of the board, and being able to manage public relations and be managed to the customers. And that's I think that's one of the most wise investments. And it's not that expensive considering that you're deploying the tools. Tools are important, absolutely, but they're not guaranteed. So
Absolutely. And look, but it goes back also to what you said, people, process, technology. This isn't strictly a security maxim, by the way. People, process, and technology is what we use to solve many business processes.
yes.
But you know what? You're right. Process sometimes, if I had to put a dollar value on what it costs to implement these things, process is probably a little, especially today, a lot less money than people. People are maybe your biggest expense.
Exactly. Yes.
And technology, as I said, there's always another tool. There's always another new trinket, some shiny thing they want to buy. Go ahead.
Now, what I was going to say that in 2022, to be absolutely frank, most of their security technologies could be considered as a commodity. So go on the market, there are thousands of the products really there, so you can replace one product with the other. So it's really what do you do with the technology, how you integrate with your environment, what value you're deriving from that, and what that value costs you, or how much effort they actually spend. So, and I think that's a real art really of security, to take those Liga blocks and just put them into a shape.
Into a real thing. So we're here at the Qualys conference. Let's talk about Qualys specifically. What are you doing with and there's the Qualys platform, but there's like 20 different products.
Yes, yeah.
Right, that are all part of this platform. If, again, without saying anything, proprietary, what are you doing to help save money while, I'm assuming you are utilizing these Qualys solutions.
Yes, yeah.
How are you doing that to save money?
Well, the biggest savings factor there in Qualys, we've been using Qualys from 2019, and we started with the vulnerability management module. That's what was our initial requirement. And as COVID hit and other things developed within the industry, within Elion, we started bringing more and more modules. So I think there are two major factors in consolidating the tool set, including Qualys. The first one is their cost. It's more cost effective to purchase a license to extend an existing solution than to build a whole new solution. So as an example, Qualys has a patch management module. We're using it for a subset of our assets. It's much more cost effective. It's more cost effective for us than to bring another totally separate solution. That's on the licensing front and the implementation cost. The other factor to consider is actual personnel cost associated with training people, getting to use the product, getting the maintenance and other activities done. So human capital is one of the most expensive categories on security. So optimizing their effectiveness of the information security team is a big plus of consolidation. Another factor that we found useful in integrated tool is their ability to have a better relationship with the other teams around the technology. So the security operations or security teams are usually focused on detecting vulnerabilities. Now we have operations team that are tasked to resolve them, to patch them. It is very powerful security collaboration where I would go to my infrastructure team and I would say, well, you can patch that. I will give you not just the ability to, I'm detecting vulnerabilities, but I'll give you an option to do patching more effectively with the patch management. Then we are focusing on the single source of truth, in this case, Qualys vulnerability dashboard. So we all look at the same data, we all work with the same input information, and therefore it just makes it easy for everyone across the board. Since in patch management we keep expanding the Qualys, it's a natural growth for us. We looking at different modules and bringing more and more teams on the journey and saying, well, let's work together on a single platform, which I believe is very powerful and brings people together.
I love it. Gene, I want to thank you for coming all the way here from Australia just to be on Techstrong TV.
Thanks,
seriously, thank you for coming.
Thank you very much.
And sharing with us. Best of luck.
Oh, thank you.
Let's hope we don't hear about any breaches at your place. And
Me too.
But you're on the job, so it's all
right.
good.
Thank you.
All righty.
To be here.
Nice.
Today.
All right, we're going to take a break here. We'll be back in a moment from Las Vegas for Qualys QSC. Stay tuned. Hi, everyone. We're back here live in Vegas for the Qualys QSC show. Glad you're tuning in on Techstrong TV. We're at the afternoon of our second day here. And our next guest, I'm happy to introduce you to Kunal Modasia.
Yep, you got it right. You got it right. Modasia.
Modasia. We
Yep,
good?
got it. Yep.
Kunal is VP of Products here. And there's two products that he is managing. We're going to hear about it. But first of all, Kunal, thank you for coming on the show.
Thank you, Alan, for inviting me.
It's our pleasure.
Appreciate it. Yep.
So before we get into the products, I wanted to give people a sense of kind of who you are, your background, how you came to this position in Qualys.
Totally.
So go ahead.
Totally. So, hey guys, I'm Kunal and I'm a VP of Product Management for Cybersecurity Asset Management and External Attack Surface Management. So, I'm actually Qualys boomerang. So, I was at a Qualys for 3 years from 2018 to 21. And then during the Great Resignation period, you and I moved out to an Israeli cybersecurity company for 10 months, and then I decided to come back. Since I love the Qualys so much, the platform approach, the people, the culture, and the leadership under Sumedh Thakar, right? So I decided to return back, and I rejoined as a VP of a product management for 2 products that I said. And I'm extremely proud of launching the External Attack Surface Management. And before Qualys, I was at a companies like a Juniper and the Sun Microsystems and the Extreme Networks. Yep, so being done engineering role, I have built the product, and then when I was bored writing the code, I decided to get into the product management part where I don't have to write the code, right? So I accidentally become a product manager, and then I enjoy every single day on the work. So yep, I'm super excited to come back to Qualys.
Absolutely, and that's a great story. It's actually a theme I've heard. I was talking to Sumedh about this. The passion of the management team. I've only spoken to the management team.
Sure.
I don't know if it goes, I'm assuming it goes all the way through, but the passion of the Qualys workforce for what they're doing and how they're contributing, it means a lot, right? Because if people are excited about their work, it's a big difference from people who just feel like it's a chore, right?
Totally. And it's always a mix of the latest cutting edge technology that you got to work, plus the people that you collaborate with, right? And the third thing, which is obviously the stock price, right? Yeah. You look at it, the other companies, their stock price have actually 70 to 80% gone down. But if you really look at the Qualys stock, right, it is still holding up on the 52-week high. So people are making good money while working on the cutting edge technology, plus the people that they would like to work with. So it's a win-win.
Absolutely.
Right? That's
good
how
stuff.
I look at it.
And we're not touting any stocks on here, so we don't want anything to, we'll get in trouble. But anyway, Kunal, let's talk about your two products that you shepherd, that you're managing. First one is one that you really brought forth. It's brand new, fairly new. Let's start with that one. It's the attack surface.
Sure. So External Attack Surface Management, we call it as a ESM acronym, right? So we launched this product at the Black Hat Las Vegas here 2 months back. Yeah, sometime August. And I think so the External Attack Surface Management product basically helps organizations in discovering and finding out the previously unknown internet-facing external assets, which is sort of, we call it as an outside-in attacker's view, right? Whatever the assets that you have internal behind firewall that are not directly exposed on the internet, right? But then you have some assets, part of your organization assets that are exposed to the internet, right? Which means the attacker could see through outside in, and they could use those devices, find those gaps in those devices, use those as a launch pad to launch an attack in your organization, right? So the External Attack Surface Management is a part of our Qualys Cloud platform, and it's included with a cybersecurity asset management solution, and it helps with the discovery of the previously unknown internet-facing devices.
There's an old axiom: you can't defend what you don't know.
Absolutely.
And it's never been, this whole thing, you mentioned the whole COVID thing. It's never been more true than since these COVID times that we've lived through, where, look, people work from anywhere on anything. And they stand stuff up in this cloud, that cloud, on using that SaaS. or that, and so I think one of the biggest problems that organizations have, and it really, I mean, bigger organizations have it as a bigger problem, but even small organizations have this, is just getting a handle on what is their surface,
Totally.
what are devices do they have?
Totally, this makes total sense, and you're spot on that, especially for the last couple of years with the COVID, with the push on the digitization effort, right, where employees were working remotely and the organizations were adopting the SaaS services and the remote workforce and all. With that, there is a one thing that has happened. That is the organization's internet exposure has increased. Everything is now on the internet, right? And second point that you brought up, the developers, right? They are spinning up the cloud instances, containers here and there. They are taking on open source software into their environment, productivity tools in their environment, right? Which the IT team traditionally had a visibility, but now no longer visibility because everything is in the cloud, right? So this is where the organization have gone through their internet facing perimeter, where they have a lot of devices there. And this is where what we have seen, and there are some market studies where 69% of the recent breaches that have happened in the organization, all of them, like 69% of the breaches were unknown assets, unknown internet facing assets were the one that were used as a launch pad.
Yes.
Right, so this is the key area where the ESM, external attack surface management, is helping organization in finding out what is out there. First thing is that, as you said, you need to know what is out there in order to defend yourself, right?
So let's talk a little bit about that, though. How does it find? How do you know the unknown? How do you find these unknown devices?
Great question. So in order to find the unknown internet-facing devices, we have a three different methods, sort of, right? The first one, we have our own internal research team, which is a 30-member strong team. And their job is to look into the organization and types of the M&As, merger and acquisition that they are doing it, look into their public financial information, look through the Wikipedia to find out what are the other organizations or subsidiaries that are part of this organization. And their research work produce something called as a catalog. So it knows, okay, Qualys has acquired a Layered Insight, Qualys has acquired a Blue Hexagon. So they build sort of a catalog database, right? That is with our research team. That's the first. Second one, we use a bunch of the open source technology plus the paid third-party sources. For example, Shodan, right? Shodan is sort of an internet search engine for all of the external internet-facing devices, right? So in addition to the Shodan, we use the Whois XML registry where all the domains and the devices are registered, right? We look into the DNS information, right? We look into the service provider information. In additionally, we have some paid sources like Owler and many other sources, which basically gives us a feed about what is happening on the landscape for a given organization, right? So that's the second one. And the third one is something that we are currently working on, which is a lightweight internet scanner, right? Which is going to augment all up to, right? So that's our approach now. And now once we start, our customers, we have make it very frictionless for them. So they can start with the top level domain name, say Qualys.com. Right. Only thing you put is Qualys.com and say discover, right? And then internally, we basically look into their top level domain, subdomain, and we enumerate their subsidiaries and vertical domains and all. And then we have a attribution process, which includes our research team's catalog that I just mentioned. And then we identify those assets and then we attribute them to particular organization, right? So that's how we look into all of the external assets and attribute it to the particular organization.
Excellent, thank you. Now, I don't want to be elementary, but so now we've developed this asset list, asset map, whatever. What else does the product do from there?
Excellent, great question. So this is very great question, and many of our customers who are in trial with us, 200 plus customers, so they said that like there are some standalone siloed attack surface management tool out there, and they were using that for a discovery purpose. But then the question is, once you discover those assets, find out what is out there, that's the first step. But then what do you do with this information? What next? Right, and that's where Qualys comes and we shine it there. For example, in order for you to make the risk prioritization decision, you need to know the context complete contextual information about the asset, like who owns it, which department, what is running, what kind of vulnerability is there, what kind of a risky port it has, right? What kind of a certificate, expired certificate it is running. Now, in order to get this context, we have a customers who have to have a resources to manually gather this information across the different console and then correlate in a one place, right? But with us, after you discover, all of the context is readily available, and that's because the power of the platform, right? With our platform, we have already collected this information which is already there. So as soon as the new device is discovered, then we are adding this context. So that's the first key differentiator, right, for us, which is different from other. Now the second part is, once you discover these external unknown devices, then the question that the vulnerability management team or a web app scanning team that they are asking is, dude, how do I get those devices into my VM program? I want to scan them on a regular basis so that I can remediate that risk, right? Now that's where with our Qualys integrated platform, they can select those one-to-many devices and simply say one click and add to VM. Or if the external asset has a port 80 open, then we classify as a web port, and then you can automatically launch the web app scanning. Right now, imagine if you have to accomplish all of this after discovery, you have to spend time in building the context, which is a huge time-consuming, laborious thing. Plus, now you have to bring those devices from a third-party tool into the Qualys, because you have a vulnerability management with Qualys, right? But with our customers, they get everything in a one.
It's a great deal. Kunal, we're running low on time. I want to talk a little bit about the other product. I know the first one is your baby, right? You kind of inherited the other product, but
the cybersecurity, cybersecurity asset management. So now I'm glad that you brought it up, and this is where sort of ours is a unique differentiation, right? So the cybersecurity asset management, we launched it I think last year, and this product was designed to bring the visibility into the customer's internal known infrastructure, right? And with those known assets that you already know, but there are some risk on those assets. For example, configuration gaps or open ports or expired certificate, right? So that is all about internal known. Second, with the external attack surface management that we just launched, now I am giving them a visibility and a context into the previously unknown external internet facing assets. So now you see internal known, external unknown together, we are giving them a visibility into entire attack surface. That's the beauty, that's the key differentiator. We have had customers who were looking into some siloed tool just for external part, and then building the context, they had to use some other tool. For the internal known, they were using us or some other vendor. And now with the cybersecurity asset management and the external attack surface management, which is included, customer gets everything in a one place. That's the beauty, right?
Absolutely.
And CSAM has been shipping for, I think, more than a year now. Tremendous success record, and now the external attack surface management is getting a lot of traction. And the key differentiator, like I said, right, is discovery, context. And that context comes from our power of a unified platform. With a one agent, right?
So that's the thing I want to end on, which is, this is a theme we've heard 2 days, right? The Qualys platform is hyperscale. And with that kind of power, with that kind of numbers that you can bring to the situation, it allows you to have insights and do things that we only dreamed of actually earlier, in the last years in security. Anyway, keep up the great work. We love to hear what more you're doing. And thanks for being our guest on Techstrong TV.
Thank you so much, Alan, for hosting me.
Kunal, our pleasure.
Thank you so
check
much.
it. You know what? Before we leave, for people who want to get more information, Qualys.com, but anything within Qualys?
Yeah, so Qualys.com/CSAM is where you can go and register for the free trial for the external attack surface management, and you just put your top level domain name and you see what is out there on the internet, right? It's a free trial for you to
Can't get
try it
any
out.
easier than that.
It can't.
All right, we'll be back here in a minute. We're live in Vegas.
Thank you so much.
Okay, we are back live at QSC 2022 in the Venetian, Las Vegas. Our next guest is Alex Alvenos.
You got it.
Thank you. Alex is yet another end user here at the Qualys conference who presented on what he's been doing with using the Qualys product, but more importantly, what are the challenges and what are the aims of his unique situation, and we're going to find out a little bit about it. Alex, first of all, welcome and thanks for joining us. Let's start off maybe a little bit of who you are, your background, and where you work.
Yeah, so been in the IT space for 15 plus years, security focused for over 8 of those years, so half my career spent in security. My current position is I'm the head of the security program at Global Lending Services, official title Senior Director.
Okay.
So I started there 3.5 years ago, and I've been building their security program since. We've got a really robust program now. We're protecting a lot of dealerships, a lot of customer data, and of course our employee data.
So tell us, what is global lending? I mean, sounds like you lend money, but what exactly does global lending do?
Yeah, so we're in the subprime auto finance space. So
Great.
we work through franchise dealerships. We have a network of over 13,000. So you go to a car dealer to get a car loan, unless you have 20, 30 grand burning a hole in your pocket, most folks get a loan. And so we're a lender on the dealer side that could finance a customer's purchase. So we've had over 500,000 customers depend on us for their auto financing. And our mission is to put people in affordable automobiles and get them to work, get them to their kids' school, their doctor's appointments. It's a really important mission to us.
Absolutely.
And one of our core values is to care deeply, and you can really apply that to security. So not only do we do it on the business side by getting people in affordable automobiles, but we work to protect their data. We work to make sure that they get the best experience possible no matter what they're doing, whether they know about it or not.
No. Well, but you know what? That's a good point you bring up. They don't want to know about it, but they want to make sure. They don't want to have to hear about it. They don't have to find out about it on the newspaper or the TV show that they're part of, or getting a letter that you're part of a breach, right? They want it, and that's when security works best sometimes, is when I don't have to worry about it. Someone's doing it and doing it well. Before we get into what you spoke about here, again, without giving out anything proprietary or that someone out there could use against global lending, cloud-based, on-prem, hybrid, I mean, what is kind of the profile, if you will?
So in company terms, we're relatively young. We started in 2011, so we really focused our core IT services on the cloud.
Yeah.
And so we were leveraging the ability to deploy quickly, scale quickly.
Yeah.
It's been like a huge part of our success of our business. And we're data-driven, analytics-driven, and so being in the current, which is cloud-based, is really where we're at.
Excellent. All right, we got all that out of the way. Let's jump into what you spoke about here at the QSC event.
Absolutely. So I was here talking about the patch management module. And so patch management is a fundamental part of cybersecurity. Everyone should be patching. If you're not patching, then question your choices.
Right.
But patching is, everyone can patch their one computer. They go home and hit update. When you're patching a fleet, you're patching critical mission-ready servers, you have to do it tactically, and you have to have something that's reliable. And so in our journey through the talk I did today, we spoke about how COVID-19 impacted our endpoint fleet. We literally overnight, out of concern of our employees' health, we had a primary on-site workforce that literally overnight picked up their equipment and worked from home. So from a security perspective, very exciting is the word I would use. When you're in security, you don't want an exciting day. You want a boring day. Boring days are the best days in security. So we had an exciting time logistically getting everyone home, getting their systems secured. Then we discovered that our existing solutions were built for that old architectural model, the on-prem. If a system was in our building and online, it was good. But now with the remote model, you had VPNs to contend with. You had remote latency. Not everyone's internet's the same. We're based out of Greenville, South Carolina. Some folks live rural. It's a great place to be. It's a great lifestyle to have. But internet providers might not have kept up, as much as they should have. So now we're contending with all of those factors, and we're seeing that patch efficacy is going down. we're seeing that vulnerabilities and risk are going up. And we had to find a problem, that was a problem we had to solve. So we worked with AT&T Cybersecurity, they're who we partner with to reach Qualys, and we landed at the VMDR solution. And VMDR was just released right before this problem occurred.
I remember.
Not saying Qualys was in the right place at the right time, and for us it was an expansion of their services that they really encouraged. So we went with VMDR, which gave us agent-based scanning, which was great. Now I can see my endpoints wherever they go. So great visibility. And so it takes that data and it builds a data layer, and then the Qualys agent gives us context. And what we didn't have before was the patch management agent. And so if you get the VMDR solution, the patch management module is free to scan. And so it was immediately telling us, here's your entire fleet, here are the patches you're missing, and here's your risk per asset. So we decided, well, to heck with it, let's give it a try. If you're in the Qualys platform, there's a free trial button. So we tried with the assistance of our AT&T. We said, well, let's try it out in a test group. Worked really well. It just, literally when I say flip the switch, we flipped a switch. We used a tag for a test group, and we were pushing patches to a test group.
Fantastic.
Worked so well. We moved it on to a production group, and now ever since that time, we've been using it. Initially when I bought it, I said, this will be a 1-year COVID expense, but the product's been reliable. It's been good, so we've renewed it year after year, and it's really a core part of my cybersecurity portfolio now, and it makes our endpoints, patching is important, but you don't want it to be your priority because you want it to be automated. You want it to take care of itself, and that's where we're at. My admins, my analysts are spending less time worrying about patching. Our peers on our infrastructure side are spending more time worrying about bigger things. How do we scale the company? How do we grow our infrastructure?
Absolutely.
They're not worried about chasing someone down to install a patch, and that's been the biggest success. Is I don't want the smart people worrying about novice level things. Patching is important. It should be easy, and Qualys is the right fit. It's automated and it works. And I'm kind of like Shaq. I would never endorse or speak to something I don't fully believe in. And so when I say things, you can believe that it's true and that I'm happy about it.
All righty.
I don't have any other traits of Shaq.
Yeah, no, well, you're not fighting with, who is he fighting with most recently? Yay, or whatever he calls himself. Anyway, that took a left turn quick, huh? Let me ask, are you just patching endpoints at this point, or are you patching your cloud assets as well?
So right now we're focusing mainly on the endpoints themselves, and we look at Qualys Patch Manager for our server fleet, and we do the reporting on it. Our server guys like to use their platform, but we're looking to expand it to our Linux fleet some as well, because Linux can be a challenge, and over the time we've had the product, they've expanded into that market space, that platform, and so that's something we're looking to grow upon. The endpoints were the most challenging ones because they just left the building, and we really need the internet-centric agent to help us get through that challenging time.
Absolutely. 2 questions on that. Number one, a lot of organizations we spoke to had a double whammy in that situation, that scenario, in that the people who went home started using sort of non-company devices, right? They were using their daughter's laptop. God knows where their daughter had gone online, right? Or non-company, they didn't have the agent on there. And that was really a nightmare scenario for security people.
It was, and the way we architect our environment is we really restrict everything to those trusted devices. So, and that's one thing we focus on in our security testing. Can any untrusted or unmanaged device get on our network? And that's something we've locked down very tightly. So we really, we give our employees a system to work on, and we expect all business to be performed on that system.
Okay. Second question.
Hi, buddy.
Do you worry about pushing out patches that you haven't already tested on all the various configurations you have out there?
Oh, absolutely. The worst fear is everything starts blue screening, and you're like, well,
I got to roll that back.
We've not had that experience, luckily. We actually patch with a test group first, so roughly 10% of our population distributed across all roles and levels. We don't just test on like analysts and operations folks, we test on managers, we test on executives, because we know that we want a diverse feedback loop to say, hey, people of all different roles, of all different responsibilities are having a satisfaction in this test push out. After the testing phase, which is a week, those patches automatically roll into our production.
Right.
So if we have an issue during testing, we are made aware of it with our service desk. They might say, oh man, we're noticing a trend in calls. That trend of users looks to be in the test group for patching. Let's dig deeper. If it's really close to prod time, maybe we push prod out a day or two. But if we can pinpoint what it is, we'll just exclude that singular patch, let the rest of the patches push to production. Don't stop everything because of maybe one small patch.
Right.
So keep your environment risk profile, adjust the risk appropriately and take actions accordingly. So we've had, Microsoft occasionally has a hiccup. I think there was one they pushed out.
They've
where they
been
said,
known.
Yeah, there was one they said, oh, printers might stop working. We were like, okay, pump the brakes on that one.
Yeah.
Let's see if we have that problem. And we were able to do all that management and coordination pretty easily with the Qualys tool. You log in, change your deployment query. It's pretty simple.
You know what? That's a poster child right there, because I think overall, one of the issues we have is companies are reluctant to automate patching, remediation, whatever you want. There's more to remediation than patching. And I think you've taken a very sensible approach to it. And I frankly, I wish more companies would.
No, we're in a good place. We're a mid-sized company. We're growing to the enterprise, and we have a lot of great leadership. There's a lot of buy-in to our security program. All of my executives, they all embrace the program. They all support it. And when you have that kind of buy-in, it's easy to be progressive. It's easy to move forward in a place that you want to be. We're very aggressive in our patching. Within 2 weeks, 95% of my patches are rolled out.
Great.
And
it's beautiful.
And that's a great place to be. And the difference, maybe someone's on leave, maybe someone's taking a vacation. It's usually there's an explanation to why we're getting past that 2 weeks. 30 days is our cap. At 30 days, we're sending people out to hunt down a device to figure out what happened to it.
Why it didn't patch.
Yeah.
That's fantastic, man. Is this your first QSC?
Mine, yes. I've had one of my analysts on my team come to one previously, and I watched a virtual one. But in person is so much better. So.
No doubt. No doubt about that. Hey, Alex, I want to thank you for coming on and telling us about your particular journey here with this.
Yeah.
I'd love to check in with you 6 months or a year from now. And maybe when you start to roll it out to the Linux machines and to some of the other cloud assets too. Because I think that the speed of business today is moving so fast, we're not going to have time to manually do these remediations. We've got to learn to trust the tools if we're going to keep up.
Yeah, the legacy patch process is dead. Long live the cloud, right? So,
amen, brother. All right. Hey, we're live here in Vegas at the QSC event. We have a few more people we're going to be interviewing, so stay tuned. We'll be back in a moment. Alex, I thought that was great. In Vegas for the Qualys Security Conference 2021. We're live in person. If you couldn't tell, we have live people right here. Let me introduce you to our two guests for this session. I'm going to let them actually introduce themselves, but it's Jenny White. Jenny, why don't you tell the audience a little bit about you?
Well, hi there. My name is Jenny White. I work for Arizona State University. I am the chapter lead for the IT Vulnerability and Risk Management chapter within our university technology office. I'm a former webmaster, former systems administrator, kind of have done all the things, and now my job is to secure all the things.
That's very cool. We're going to talk about that in a second. Excuse me. Joining Jenny and I is John, and I don't want to mess up your last name, John, so I'm going to ask you to say it.
Sure. I'm John DeLetter. I'm the Director of Web Application Security here at Qualys.
Thank you. John, thanks for joining us. So web app security is going to be something we talked about today. But Jenny, listening to you describe sort of your career path, you know, we just finished lunch out here. I had lunch yesterday in the main cafeteria room or dining room, sitting next to three, I'll call them young people, they were younger than me, customers of Qualys. And I asked them, you know, are you security folks? Oh, yeah. I said, oh, what's your security training? And they said, oh, we were cybersecurity majors in college.
Right.
And I was like, wow. Wow.
There's a program for that.
There is a program.
Yeah.
I mean, there was no cyber. Most of the people I know in security followed your path, right? They were a sysadmin. They were a help desk person. They were a network engineer, maybe a webmaster. And that kind of led them into this, hey, I got to secure things, right? And they became security folks. Now we have a whole generation of folks who are dedicated security from day one. That's their thing, their application security, or they come out of school with it. So it's certainly different.
Definitely different. Yeah.
So before we jump into your presentation that you're giving here, John, I wanted to ask you, we've interviewed a bunch of people from Qualys over the last 2 days. We've spoken a lot about remediation. We've spoken a lot about a whole bunch of things. I have not spoken to anyone about AppSec yet. So let's talk about what's the Qualys application security offering look like? What does it consist of? And we'll go from there.
Right. Well, when you think of a company, the first thing you think about is their website. And if they don't secure those websites, that's the front door for malicious attackers. On top of that front door, you've got back doors with APIs. And because of all the exposure websites get, you know, and all the traffic they get, keeping them safe and secure is very important. So the Qualys web application security offerings include a scanning, a DAST, runtime vulnerability scanner. So it's a DAST, it's a dynamic application security testing tool that is designed to scale anywhere from, you know, 1 or 2 applications all the way up to tens of thousands with some of our customers. On top of the web application scanning, the runtime vulnerability testing we do, included with web application scanning is our web malware detection, which allows us to look for the presence of malware on sites. So web application scanning is looking for vulnerabilities in the source code. Vulnerabilities are dangerous, but sometimes the web application itself is dangerous, especially to your customers and your reputation. And that's why you want to make sure you're doing the web malware detection as well. And the other thing we always want to voice is all of this can be used to test your APIs as well. People often aren't testing their APIs because testing APIs is hard, it's difficult. You have to know what those endpoints are. There's no HTML, there's no links. So understanding those endpoints and those operational parameters becomes critical. But the problem is if you aren't testing your APIs, I guarantee malicious actors are testing your APIs. So at Qualys, we're trying to bring visibility to APIs with web applications and make testing easy where we're fitting into your processes and not adding any complexity or frustration to that.
I want to come back to that API testing because I'm something that's kind of near and dear to me and I've been working on. You know, I think as you mentioned, the biggest problem with API security today is people don't even know what APIs they're running or what APIs are there. And if you don't, you know, this is something, another Qualys product, it helps you get your asset inventory. If we don't start adding APIs as part of my asset inventory, you're never going to get a handle. They're an asset that's part of your network. You got to know what's there. But we'll talk more about that in a second. We want to talk about your presentation, though. So if you don't mind, share a little. I mean, obviously it's on application security, as we mentioned, but share a little bit about what you're talking about.
Well, so my presentation is not nuts and bolts of application security, as you might be thinking. We are a customer of Qualys using Qualys WAS, the Web Application Security. That is the first product that my team actually leveraged in the Qualys suite.
Very cool.
And at the time, we wanted to use it because the DAS scanner that
Hi everyone, we're back here live in Vegas for the Qualys QSC show at the Venetian, wrapping up day 2. I think we have just 1 or 2 more people to come on here. But don't stick around for them. I think you'll enjoy what we're going to talk about. Excuse me. My next guest is Bharat Jodi. Bharat's been with us at previous QSCs and so forth, and we're happy to have him back. Bharat, first of all, welcome.
Thank you, Alan.
Thank you. Before we jump in, why don't we give people a little bit of kind of your background and what you do at Qualys?
Sure. So, I've been with Qualys for 13 plus years, and I had the vulnerability and threat research at Qualys. So, my team, we have a global team of security researchers. We look at the threat landscape, new vulnerabilities that get released on a daily basis, try to build countermeasures, detections for them. We also do our own in-house zero-day research. Some of the vulnerabilities, like we have fairly good luck finding like very critical vulnerabilities like PwnKit, Baron Semidit, Return of Wizards. Most of these vulnerabilities are exploited in the wild. So, yeah.
You know what they say about luck, though, right? 80% perspiration, 20% inspiration.
Yes, exactly. And yeah, it's a never-ending game. Like you know, we have to constantly.
Yes, it is.
Vulnerabilities are not stopping. Hackers are exploiting new breaches. So it's a wild ride, but it's a good one.
You know what? I know sometimes it could feel like, are we ever making progress?
Yeah.
Right? Because as fast as we find them, that's how many more, for every one we find, 2 more come out. But the fact is, we are making progress.
Yes.
Right? And we have been, and we continue to. So thank you for all that you and your team do. You know, we interviewed someone earlier. There's an announcement here at QSC about the True team.
Yeah.
Just to, to let people know about True again.
Yes.
But what's the relationship there with your team and True?
Yeah, so we have a global security research team, and we have been producing some very quality research. And Qualys has been doing this for last 20 plus years. So we decided to basically give the research team a name. Like we have like top class researchers on the team, and we wanted these researchers to have their own identity. So all our research on vulnerability, threats, policy compliance, external attack surface, all of these come together as a part of one unit. We are calling it as Qualys Threat Research Unit, in short Qualys True, and that is something that we really stand by. Like if you look at Qualys research that we have produced, right, there are a lot of companies out there who do a lot of scary stories, figurines, and that is not something that we want to get ourselves associated with. We want to give our customers and the industry real insights that matter, and that is why the true name really stuck. And that was something that we all as a research team, this is something that we can stand by. We will provide real insights, how it affects you, and what are the actions that you can take in order to reduce our risk. So that is how the Qualys the threat research unit came into being.
Got it. Excellent. All right. Let's focus in. We were going to talk a little bit about Patch Tuesdays.
Okay.
And I thought we would start with this most recent Patch Tuesday.
Mm-hmm.
And then we'll look at Patch Tuesdays in general and sort of where we're going with them.
Yeah. So, Patch Tuesday is always interesting for me. I have been doing that for last 14 years. And every month, it's some of those, I have a daughter, 2.5. We have subscribed her with a monthly subscription where we basically get new toys.
Mm-hmm.
So, sort of, Microsoft Patch Tuesday has become something like that. Every month you don't know what surprise are we going to receive. And this month's Patch Tuesday is no different. Keeping in terms of the number of vulnerabilities, just by the numbers, Microsoft fixed 68 vulnerabilities. 11 of them were rated critical.
That's actually low.
Yeah, exactly. This year, Microsoft is averaging 100 plus vulnerabilities. They already fixed 1,300 CVEs just in 2022. So 100, 110 average.
Right.
Compared to that, we are at 68.
Mm-hmm.
However, the interesting part is that Microsoft fixed 6 zero-day vulnerabilities with this Patch Tuesday. Now, that number is quite high. Generally, it would be around 1, 2, max I have seen around 4. But 6 in 1 month is quite high. So, yeah, I mean, in terms of number of 0 days squashed by Microsoft in this one, it's really high, 6. Good thing they released a patch for proxy not shell. Was a 0 days that were being exploited, were used for targeted attacks against Microsoft Exchange. And there are some other critical vulnerabilities that also Microsoft fixed.
Yeah, I feel obligated that I got to mention to our audience.
Mm-hmm.
We're talking about Microsoft Patch Tuesday. So these are only Microsoft vulnerabilities. It doesn't mean that Microsoft is inherently not secure or less secure than Apple or Linux or any of these others.
Yeah.
It just means that, Microsoft for the last, I don't know, it's got to be 15, 14 years, has been releasing every month on time, Patch Tuesday, where they address vulnerabilities within the Windows, the whole Microsoft ecosystem, not just Windows. So I just want to say that we're not here banging Microsoft or trying to say they're more insecure than other systems. That's not it at all. Secondly, again, our audience is pretty technical, right? If you get 6 0 days coming out in a month, that's because they were probably 6 in the wild exploits out there for these 0 days. And they had to be fixed immediately.
Exactly. Yeah.
So, just another reason why we need to do a better job of automating remediation.
Yeah, obviously.
Right?
Yeah. I don't think, so earlier, I think yesterday at QSE, Salish was doing his presentation, and if you look at just Microsoft for this year, the patches they have released are more than 45,000.
Wow.
45,000 patches that you need to apply in order to fix all those Microsoft vulnerabilities. So, I mean, and with the rapid digital transformation, I mean, there is no way
how do you stay up on it?
No, exactly. There's no way. And today, when Travis announced our true, one of the insights that he provided was the time to weaponize the vulnerabilities. From the time the vulnerability is out to the time attackers have used that vulnerability and weaponized exploits are available, that is down to less than 16 days. So if you don't have an automation in place to patch your vulnerabilities, you are giving attackers a quite wide window to attack your infrastructure. So automation is the key. I don't think there is anyone would deny that automation is not good. There is no way, like how many vulnerabilities constantly on the rise. We are what, 21,000 CVEs just this year. We are not at the end of the year. So number of vulnerabilities are on the rise. Vulnerabilities like Log4j, Spring4Shell, Text4Shell, they are on the rise.
And there's going to be more. We just don't know when and where.
Exactly. And perfect. Like this is the time of the year when
usually we get something right around now, around the holidays.
Yes. So
actually, it's a little early. Next month.
Yes. Yeah. After Thanksgiving to Christmas is when you'll see, like solar winds, Log4j, everything happened around that time. So while automation is the key, there is no way. We need to fix as many as possible and as quickly as possible, because the weaponization time for these vulnerabilities has dropped significantly.
Absolutely. So, one of the reasons I started DevOps.com is I thought to myself, there has to be a better way.
Yeah.
And so the whole, what's become known as shift left.
Yes.
Right? My hope was that as more companies adopt that into their software development process, we would develop software that would be more secure by design, which would therefore mean we'd have less patching to do after deployment. Do you think maybe 2023 we reap the rewards of that, or we're kidding ourselves?
Yeah, I think organizations have realized that once something is in production, once something is live, it becomes very difficult. And after that, it's basically you are doing you are just trying to catch up. So as much as you can, fix things before they are in production, right? You have all the time, right? You don't have to worry about dependencies. It becomes easier. So the more we fix vulnerabilities, at the developer side, at shift left side of things, the better.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
But when do you think we'll see it in the numbers?
So I think obviously in 2023, 24, probably I think organizations would, will soon realize, especially, there is a lot of push in industry for SBOM, right?
Yes.
And that
software
is something
supply chain, SBOMs, all the rage.
So vendors, when they are trying to, you are working with vendors, beforehand when you are procuring something that this is the SBOM. It transparently lays out all the. If you know that a vendor is selling you a product which already has out of dated dependencies, etc., probably you are not going to deploy that in the environment. So this is going to basically put a lot of pressure on vendors as well, that they are inherently shipping you a secured product. So I am very hopeful. I think Jonathan mentioned about that we had a CISO panel discussion.
Yes, the CISO panel discussion.
So and I think SBOM was something that
Absolutely. Look, we have high hopes for it too. Anyway, Bharat.
This nice talking to you.
Thank you. Hey, we're wrapping up. We have one or two more coming at you here live from Vegas. We're going to take a break. We'll be back in just a minute.
All right.
Security Conference, coming at you from the Bellagio Hotel in Las Vegas. We are outside on the deck, so we don't have to wear masks and stuff. It's great, but we're still in person. Truthfully, it's a little chillier than one might expect for Vegas, right? But it's still pleasant. My guest right here is Rahul Revankar. Rahul is, did I pronounce that right?
You got it right. You got it right.
Okay. Rahul is with Qualys, but he's going to tell us about himself and what he does. Rahul, welcome. This is the first time we're doing this in person with you. I know we've spoken on Zoom before.
This is so exciting to be live in person and talking to real people
It is.
without Zoom and being the filter between the two of us. It's pretty amazing.
We almost not fooled ourselves, but when if that's all you have, that's all you have, right? And so we assumed that Zoom was just as good as being in person, but it's not.
You realize it once you're in an event like this here.
Exactly.
This is the real deal.
Yeah, I had a similar experience. We were in Los Angeles last month for KubeCon, Cloud Native Con. It was the same thing. I started seeing all these people in person. First of all, people I had seen on Zoom, I didn't realize how tall or short they were.
True, or thin,
because you only see people
right, exactly.
But anyway, there's more to it than that. You make a much deeper connection in person.
Right.
Anyway, though, the whole people out here, they know Qualys, but they may not know you and what you do. So why don't we start there? What's your role at Qualys?
So I'm the VP of product for VMDR, which is our biggest product on the platform. So I own the product teams for vulnerability management. I'm also responsible for vulnerability research, the signatures that actually help you detect vulnerabilities in your environment, and also the subject matter experts who are the eyes and ears of our customers, feeding that feedback back into the product team. So all of that is part of the role.
Absolutely, and of course that's one of the cool things. If cool's not a cool word. The cool things about the Qualys Security Conference is traditionally it's a customer conference. It's not about other vendors or analysts or all of these things. It's really a conference for the Qualys customer base to interact with people like yourself.
Correct.
And for you to understand, hey, what are my customers seeing? What do my customers want?
Right. That and also the cross-pollination between the different products that we have in the platform. We have over 20 products in the platform. How do we cross-pollinate different ideas from different products and make sure this is a single unified platform that solves real problems for our customers? So all of that comes together without the salesy aspect of it. Very customer-focused, helping customers solve the problems they have in their day-to-day lives, making their lives better, easier, and so on.
Absolutely, and that's a great thing to be able to do in sort of a non-pressured, especially in person, a beautiful location like that.
I mean, we have training sessions, 2 days of training sessions, just so that they can learn the software, be better at their jobs, get their jobs done properly. So we prime them up for all the things that they can do with the existing software, but then in the next 2 days, so starting today, we'll start to talk about what is it that we are building for the future. So they get to see what they can do today and what they will be able to do in the future.
All right, not to jump the shark here, but there's a few people watching. What should we be preparing for in the future? If and don't say anything that'll get us in trouble, proprietary is not released or anything like that. But for our audience at home, who can't make it to Vegas, though we should mention Qualys Security Conference is hybrid, and you can watch this virtually if you weren't out here in person. But for those who didn't, give them a little bit of insight.
So when we look at vulnerability management, we strive to solve the problem end to end. It is a solution that completes the job that they hired us to do. That has many facets to it. Can I scan my assets accurately? Can I use this solution to reduce the risk of my environment or my organization? How can I use the Qualys platform to automate some of the mundane tasks that I have that I don't want to do, that I can easily automate? I don't have to babysit a solution and completely remediate those aspects of it. So that is the focus of this next leg of our solution, where we focus on reducing risk for the organization, giving organizations ability to visualize the risk, and where is the riskiest, which is the riskiest part in my organization. How can I take this platform and do some custom things that I want to do but I cannot do, but with some kind of customization, so that I can remediate that, automate that thing completely. And then, organizations also have a lot of investments in other existing ITSM tools or some other tools. Like, how do I integrate our Qualys solution with my existing workflow so that I can get the job done? Because you have multiple silos of tools, peoples, and processes. So how do you make sure that all these teams collaborate to achieve the end goal is to secure the organization end to end. So that's what you'll learn about at this Qualys Security Conference, and that's across all types of assets like containers, VMs, IT, OT, mobile, and many more.
Right, now whether people are working from home, on their endpoints, on the edge, today the perimeter isn't what it was when I was doing vulnerability management in 2005, but today we sort of have the core, which is not necessarily even at the data center, though some of it is, but it's in the cloud, a lot of the core. Then you have the edge. The edge is becoming a sort of a new attack surface, a new battleground. And then you have these endpoints, which, in a work from anywhere world, are anywhere, right? They can truly be anywhere. And so it's a different battlefield. It's a different lay of the land.
I couldn't agree more. So, I guess when you started, the infrastructure was very well defined. The data center.
We had a moat around the castle.
You have a data center, you have your corporate environments, you're done, right? But now, with the advance of the new types of asset classes that are coming in, like IT, OT, container, mobile, cloud, these are just coming up online, and your entire IT infrastructure is completely fragmented in so many different areas. And not just that, it's one thing to have your IT infrastructure fragmented. It's another thing for criminals to search for these assets through search engines like Shodan or something else, to find vulnerable assets, exploit them, deploy ransomware, extract ransom. So that has completely changed in the last 2 years. It's exponentially, the attack surface has exponentially increased. The attacks are increasing, not just like from from encrypting the assets or whatnot, but like the financial losses from
Hey everyone, we're back here in Las Vegas for the Qualys QSC 2022 show. It's been an amazing 2 days. We've had everyone from the Qualys CEO Sumedh Charkha to customers, to analysts, to end users. We've really had a really good chance to get the flavor for what is here. So if you couldn't make it, we hope you enjoyed this. And as I said, numerous times, the Qualys is amazing. They do this show; anybody could come. There's no admission. You can come in and sit in and partake. And besides this big show here in Las Vegas, they also do a sort of mini road show of it. This year was in Atlanta and Boston, I think San Francisco. So if you do get a chance and you're involved in security, Qualys QSC is a great show. Don't miss it. My next guest, he actually was with us last year at QSC. He had just started within a month, so he's got a year under his belt. We expect to hear a lot more from him now. Suresh, I'm going to need your help.
That's fine. Bala
Subramanian, and I had it, but I spoke too much and forgot it. Anyway, Suresh, welcome, and thank you for being with us today.
Glad to be here. Thank you.
So it's been a year. It's been a minute. Before we even talk about this whole QSC and everything, fill us in. How's the year been for you?
Yeah, awesome. Thank you, Alan, and thanks for the opportunity. It's been a little over a year, as you said, and it's been an amazing journey for Qualys. As you can see, we hit some very important milestones for the company, if you will, this last year. We celebrated our 10 years as a public company. and got the honor and privilege to ring the bell at NASDAQ, which was phenomenal. I think that was an exciting time.
Sure.
We also celebrated 10 years of our office in Pune, which is again an amazing accomplishment in this day and age. To build that kind of a center of excellence in India. So it's been a lot of fun. The company and along with these milestone events, we've also experienced a tremendous growth, as you can see from all the information we share with the street, and we're really starting to see a change in how customers and the market perceives us. So yes, I would say it's been a fun ride. So.
It's been a great year. I want to put a little color on what these two highlights that you just spoke about, because they're related. And it's an important, look, I've been in the security game for 30 years, and I've seen them come and go, and companies big and small. It's interesting, because it ties into both of the events you mentioned. Generally speaking, public security companies reach a size and scale that they lose their ability to innovate. Their R&D centers are centered in their corporate development office and their M&A team. That becomes their R&D. Qualys, 10 years in as a public company, at the same time they went public, made a big investment in Pune, India in this case, but in developing an R&D engineering organization that continues to innovate and deliver new products. There's over 20 products on the platform today. And so you don't have to go out and spend your equity and cash on buying innovation. Innovation lives here, right? And that's different. That's a very different formula.
No, that's true.
Than a lot of companies. So congratulations to you.
Thank you.
I think one of the things that I've seen come through over the last 2 days is this Qualys platform. Dilip and the team kind of went from a waterfall kind of model to microservices and DevOps and everything. And they've built a hyperscale platform. There's only, a handful of companies in the world that have true hyperscale. And that platform is the basis, the rock that everything is now seems to be built on. And we see all these new products, right? The cloud product, True Risk, and we've spoken to everyone. All built because you have that platform. That platform is the innovation kind of accelerator.
That's true.
Anyway, though, that's mine. Look, who am I? I just sit here doing these.
No, you got it right.
But let's hear it from you, though. What did you think?
I think you hit the nail on the head on a couple of things there. I think it's especially in security, you got to have a rock solid product, because we're, customers depend on us every day to help them stay safe. So that's job number one. We're also very fortunate to have the kind of customers we have, because they really push us to do better every day. And so the innovation engine, the platform, the feedback we get from customers, the Qualys Security Conference is a great example. All of that really feeds into us, pushing us to be better, right? So in a way, for me as a marketer, as a CMO, I couldn't ask for a better set of tools, if you will, to deal with. I have happy customers who are ready to talk. We have, I think, over 12 or 13 customers here at the conference.
I think I spoke to half of them.
I know, and you know what it takes to get a customer to come take the time out of their day to come to a conference to talk on behalf, where so if you just sort of put that into in that equation together, we're very fortunate and we're very honored that these customers took the time. And in many ways, they're helping others figure out, how to get value
That's
out of it.
a lot why they do it, right?
Yeah.
They do it because that's what makes this community go right.
Exactly.
I agree. And again, so where I sit in I have a good seat to view these things. So if I told you we had about 265 vendor sponsors at Techstrong across, the 8 or 9 brands that we run. The single hardest thing for them is to get a customer
Yeah.
to talk
Yeah.
publicly
Yeah.
about what they do.
Yeah. Yeah.
It is.
Yeah.
It's near impossible.
Yeah.
You
Yeah.
know, it's the family, the crown jewels that they just
Yeah.
can't
Yeah.
deliver. So the fact that you were able to have that here and decent companies
Yep.
too
Yep.
is a real testament
Yeah,
to
no,
it.
absolutely. Yeah, we're very fortunate. We're very honored that they took the time, and that's really what it is at the heart of Qualys Security Conference, right? For us, we're going on 21 years now. I actually went back and checked the historical records to make sure that we didn't misrepresent the numbers. It's true. It's the 21st year. And that itself speaks a lot to the the durability and the longevity of what we do, right?
Yes.
I think companies, and there are probably people here who've been coming for a good number of years, and this time we had a lot of first-time people
Yes.
who are coming to the conference as well. So yeah, we're very excited. As a marketer, this is a gold mine, if you will, of content for lead generation and demand generation,
too.
and absolutely. And at the end of the day, it's about sharing those stories. Because if you noticed, a lot of the presentations, and especially the language that you hear in these presentations, are really focused on, risk reduction or driving better outcomes. And that's actually very heartwarming for me as a marketer, because one of the transitions we've deliberately wanted to make is to move away from talking about vulnerability management reports or vulnerability reports or just patches or just misconfiguration. Those are all important elements, but at the end of the day, we wanted to make sure that we start shaping the narrative where we can start having and helping our security leaders have better dialogues with non-security stakeholders. And so I think, I've heard feedback from very reputed industry analysts and others to say that they saw evidence of that in the 2 days, so which is very heartwarming as a marketer.
That is,
So.
it has to be. Let me talk to you as a marketer. Look, for the first time in the collective memory of many of our people out here, the tech industry's looking at layoffs, money, investing is slowing down.
Right.
The rounds are getting smaller. A lot of companies who raise money are having a tough time raising more. We've never, well, I've been through these cycles
Right.
3 or 4 times. But a lot of people out here haven't, and
Right.
they're a little bit shaken when you see companies like Facebook, Meta just laid off 11,000
Yeah.
people. What's going on at Twitter? But even Salesforce laid off hundreds of people this week.
Yeah.
But security generally was even immune from that. It was like a double.
Right.
Do you think it will continue to be immune to macro conditions? How, Qualys is a public company, 10 years, right? How do you maintain the market position in what could be a bad economy?
Right. Yeah, no, I think there's kind of two ways to look at that, right? One is, yes, the macroeconomic trends are, not in favor of a lot of, high growth at any cost kind of a model. You definitely see a lot of sentiment shifting from, companies that were being rewarded for just buying their way to growth to now the sentiment is, sensible growth, right? Fortunately, we've always been like that. So that's kind of, in a way, we've always, as a company, operated that way. And so that continues to be the same. It doesn't really change just because the macro environment is different. Fortunately, security, while the budgets may be immune in the sense that they're not getting slashed 50%, 60%, the buyers are getting more cautious, if you will, right? In the sense, I don't think they are quite ready to throw money at the problem, whatever money is required. They're not just ready to renew without asking questions, or they're not ready to just go and buy another 10 different point products and solutions. So we definitely see that macroeconomic trends. It's not so much the budgets going down, it's more about being more careful about where they and who they do business with, and how can they get more for the same amount of money, right? And fortunately, if you look around here as well, a lot of our messaging talks about, hey, you can consolidate, your security stack onto Qualys and get the benefit of not just the monetary benefit, but you can reduce your total cost of ownership. Your security posture actually strengthens, right?
And you can make security simpler.
And make it simpler, talk more business outcomes. We had a customer who came all the way from Australia.
I interviewed him.
Talked about
not Dun & Bradstreet.
Yes.
Formerly was Dun & Bradstreet.
Dun & Bradstreet, yeah. So, that's a great testament to how we are well positioned to navigate these times, right? So I think in a way I would say yes, it's by no means is it any less challenging, but I feel like as a company, as a technology provider, as a how we're viewed in the market, I think we have a pretty good story to tell, and customers seems to agree as well. So yeah, so that's
love it.
But it makes it interesting. So
there's that old Irish proverb, right? May you
right.
live in interesting times.
That's right. So.
We certainly are living in interesting times. That's for sure. Anyway, Suresh, I want to thank you for stopping by.
Thank you very much.
What a perfect guest to finish off our coverage here of Qualys QSC 2022 in Las Vegas. Maybe we'll see you at RSA in April.
Absolutely.
And back
I'll
home
be
in
there.
San Francisco,
Absolutely. I'll be there.
All right.
Thank you. Thanks, Alan.
Thank you. That's a wrap. We hope you've enjoyed 2 days of coverage here at QSC. If you didn't catch all 2 days, we will be replaying these recordings on our Techstrong TV broadcast over the next weeks. You can also be able to catch them on the Qualys website. But until then, hey, I hope you enjoyed it. This is Alan Schimmel for Techstrong TV. Take care.